Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking 2025. I'm back in Japan now because things are coming to a head and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of and the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, um, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab, and they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he says, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So, any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole uh, horror show of reality TV actors and Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships. This is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States, and of course the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the US have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new prime minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, United States, Europe. You're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. This is not it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So again, uh, things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead, while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there was a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates. He should be arrested, or whoever is, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point of being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge, I mean, remember, he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to basically to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, the other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and Banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back-channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control societies, they control religious cults, the Mormons, the all sorts of different cults that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way the Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
Uh, I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and that it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the White Hat staged a fake assassination to, uh, ruin Israel's reputation, or maybe Israel tried to kill him, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
The problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he starved to death because the food turned to gold and he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce. Their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working, and it's But yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison, but it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian mafia, who did want to implement mark of the beast control. And Jared Kushner Trump's son-in-law is definitely part of that, because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanai Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Soka Gakkai cult is not going to be subcontracting control of Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans, and everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then, because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it was the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that will not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You will know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure, totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We have a great panel here today. As you guys can see, Carrie Cassie, Brad Olson, Laura Eisenhower, and Donna Ferrara. We're going to have a nice little discussion. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest events that everybody's, on everybody's mind. 3I Atlas. Maybe we'll delve into the recent Charlie Kirk and human trafficking. We can go into a lot of different areas. I know everyone on this panel has deep insights into a lot of stuff, and we'll just move in that direction. We got Mike Barra joining us again, now. Hey, Mike. And
hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. So we'll start off with Donna. She's going to present, an upcoming event, and then we'll start to do a roundtable. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, everybody. My name is Donna Ferrara. I live here on Long Island, and I wanted to gift Long Island New Yorkers and those near Long Island to this wonderful panel that I'm bringing to New York, Long Island, to share with us some of their insights and perceptions of what's going on, bring a little bit more awareness to our financial institution, how that's been designed, some of our misleading information, how we learned in school, maybe some of the history could be unraveled by Mr. Brad. And we have lovely Laura here, spiritual, beautiful Laura, who I'm telling you, she's been a little bit of my backbone. Laura, thank you so much. And we have fabulous Kerry, one of my favorite podcasters, who is well diverse and very educated in her history of whistleblowers and her research and studies. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we just lost Michael. Maybe because I brought up the financial institution, he went off screen. I didn't mean to scare him like that. I don't know what happened there, but he'll come back.
We'll let him back in. No worries.
And Michael, thank you so much for having all of us.
Yeah. It's a great honor.
I told you I didn't scare him.
Thanks for agreeing, everyone. Thanks so much. So let's jump in and let's talk about, we were kind of discussing it a little bit before the show, 3I Atlas. So I'll just start it off. 3I Atlas, I remote viewed it, Intelligent Life on it. Or we're gonna have interaction with it. Probably some people already have. I don't know how far that's going to go. I think the deep state's going to use it as a Project Bluebeam situation because they're coming in, I think, for a positive. Now, I do believe they have some connection with Anunnaki and probably Nibiru, but that remains to be seen. So we'll just roll around and we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll start with you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just the moderator on a panel with Mike Barra and Kerry Cassidy 1 week ago down in Las Vegas, and we spoke about the 3I Atlas, determining what it is and the trajectory it has and how it lands on these certain dates. And Kerry was saying, just like you, Michael, that it is intelligently guided and it is some kind of craft. So we are in for some fireworks this fall, you guys. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're not through 2025 yet. And I just saw a link from Michael Flynn, and he said that there are very credible threats that the Al-Qaeda sleeper cells are going to activate this fall. So wouldn't it be a coinkydink if we had like some kind of EMP attack or some kind of internal strife? Maybe the lights go out, everybody has to look up at the sky, and we get this incredible star show. I don't think there's any coincidences here, but could be a very interesting next couple months.
Very good. And let's jump to Mike Barra. I know, Kerry, you're going to have I've heard some of your conversations. You're going to crush this one. So,
well, by the way, Kerry, I want to sincerely apologize for biting your head off on the panel there. There was a lot of other things going on, and I know sometimes when you get going, it's hard to stop you. So I'm very sorry, and I won't do that again. To me, it's very bizarre because I want to say, oh, it's a chunk of something. There is this theory that it's, at least the theory that I have, that it could be a chunk of a planet that used to be in the orbit where Mars is right now. Mars used to be a moon of that planet, and we can pretty much prove there was a planet there. It was massive, and then it exploded God knows when, how long ago. And so it could be coming back on its first return cycle. Now, there's some arguments that support that. One is that it is going to intersect almost like right with the planet, the orbit of the planet Mars, very close to it, which indicates an original origin. If this is a returning object, and people right now don't think it is, but if it is, there's that fact, and the fact that it's on the plane of the ecliptic where Mars and the other planets are, which, because again, there's this completely competing theory with NASA's that planets are actually spun off as plasma by stars like the sun. As they get spinning too fast, they get too much spin energy, and then they spit the planets out, they cool, they form, that kind of thing. That's a different argument. So when you look at the intersection, the near intersection of Mars orbit, the chances of it having that orbit are about 500 to 1. Now, Michael, I live in Vegas. You give me 500 to 1 odds, I'm going to the roulette table all night. I'm taking everything out of the bank. I'm spending every dime I have, and I'm going to walk away a millionaire. And then the fact that it's also coming in and intersecting the plane of the ecliptic where all the planets are, the odds against that are like 20,000 to 1, according to Avi Loeb. So you put the 20,000 to 1, yeah, I'm sure you're all going to come down and give me some money to bet on whatever we're playing. So those are extraordinary coincidences. And I hearken back on the panel to Hale-Bopp in 1998, which, of course, there was a lot of negativity associated with that, the twin-tailed, one tail was sodium, one tail was something else, Hale-Bopp comet. And the thing is, the exact moment of closest approach to Earth corresponded with a lunar eclipse on exactly opposite sides of the sky. I'll never forget being in Portland, Oregon. I was helping my sister move, and that celestial display is taking place. And the chance of that happening is literally millions to 1. And that, to me, indicated that what they were doing, that somebody arranged that. Somebody pushed Hale-Bopp into that orbit, which, again, if it's a comet or an asteroid out in the asteroid belt, you just take your little flying saucer up there and you nudge it in the right calculated direction, and you create that celestial coincidence. So do we have that technology? Yes. Could this thing be some aspect of that technology? Yes. But if it's a genuine visitor from outer space, if it's genuinely from somewhere else, they are going out of their way to get our attention because of the coincidences of the orbit. So I'm just saying, previously celestial events have had apparently arranged circumstances. This one appears to have those same earmarks, and whether its origin is more natural or completely artificial is unknown to us at this time. But we're going to find out on October 29th. And Michael, what creeps me out, I told Brad and everybody on the panel back then, what creeps me out is that date has had a major significance in my life. I started at Boeing on that date. I've had other major life events happen on that date. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, please, no, let's not have it. Let's not have, because that's when it's going to emerge from behind the sun. And we're going to know if it's changed course, if it's accelerated, any of those things, we don't know. But it's going to be an ultra exciting day for me because of all those numeric coincidences.
Fascinating. Thanks, Mike. And Carrie, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Okay, so I just was going to find a quote from Richard Hoagland, but so I'm on a news group. I want to, that, and maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't heard if Hoagland's going to get online tonight. So they have been blocking him completely. They also blocking his phone. He's now suing the city. He basically is not being allowed online. He's not being allowed to really communicate much with people. And we are getting messages from him occasionally. I guess they're coming by way of David Sereda and others that are somehow helping him, but he hasn't been able to communicate. This is very important because Richard C. Hoagland, who I interviewed many years ago, and some people that know my work might realize that, this is something that's kind of right in his wheelhouse, and he's being completely blocked from communicating with the public. So he does a weekly show, or he used to, when they stopped blocking. They've been blocking him for like a month now. And so tonight at 9:00, I think it's 9:00 Pacific time. I think that's right. If he was going to go live, you can keep an eye on my Telegram for those that, if this goes online, I don't know if we're live. Are we live actually?
Yeah, we're live right now. So
okay,
is that
great.
live on your channel, Carrie?
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that if we're live, then people that listen right now can actually, at 9:00 tonight Pacific time, tune in wherever they are in the United States or the world. Now, if it works. But the thing is, this should tell you a lot, that NASA, he's a former NASA scientist. He was famous for making people aware of the face on Mars and all kinds of, actually even the hyperdimensional physics that David Sereda has also taken on board and created a whole sort of map of what he calls the hyperdimensional universe, and that includes all the hyperdimensional planets. Those are hidden; they're in another dimension, but they can actually become visible from time to time when you're in hyperdimensional anything. And for the purposes of this discussion, we are hyperdimensional. We are multidimensional is really more accurate, I think. But this is so what David Sereda did, just in a nutshell, is that he has a way of using mathematics, and Richard Hoagland is totally on board with his mathematics. And we did shows where he basically tracked what is the anticipated trajectory of 3I Atlas, and it is literally going along like on a railroad track in the sky, if you want to visualize it, in this weird trajectory through our solar system. And it's making stops or flybys, if you will, of important planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and near Earth. Okay. And it's also going behind the sun. I can't remember. So if you watch my videos, I have like 5 of them or something at this point. Richard was supposed to join the last 3 and he was banned. He was unable to do so. So, but he is sending messages, and that's why I wanted to, maybe when we come back around, I can find the quotes that he made. But the bottom line here is also that I've been tracking the Anunnaki for many, many years. And so the weird thing is that I had no idea like about the mathematics. That's the last area I have expertise in. But as it happened, it matched my intuition and my download saying this looks like an Anunnaki craft. So indeed, he tracked it back to not coming from deep space, which is where they said originally it was coming from. And there's a scientist, his name is Avi Loeb, and I can get his background description if you need it, and we can in a minute or two and bring that forward if you'd like. But he's a lead scientist, if you will, in the mainstream. He does a Substack called Medium, and he writes articles on keeping us all up to date on his view of 3I Atlas. And now we have a sister planetoid. And there's no doubt whatsoever that this is it's an alien craft. It's a artificial craft. Okay. So it's not a comet. It's not a rock. It's actually surrounded by they don't say this, but I have a whistleblower called Mark Richards who talked about basically the Dyson sphere, and that a lot of Dyson spheres are constructed out in space, and that aliens often put things into it. I know it sounds kind of bizarre. And well, Earth could be in our solar system, could be even in a Dyson sphere, and we wouldn't necessarily know it. Now, so that sort of deepens the mystery. So they say it's 28 miles across. Well, 28 miles is approximately the size of New York City. So if you want to understand how big it is, it's not, a lot of people like to say it's, on one panel I was on, somebody was saying, oh, it's very similar to Umumu. Well, it's not similar. Okay, Umumu, unless they were lying about, which it's perfectly possible. But Umumu is, you've seen the picture. It's like a big rock in space, in essence, kind of a little bit flattened. And this is not that. Okay, it's so far from that, I can't even tell you. And I don't want to dominate, so I think I've talked enough. I have lots to say about it. I've been, deeply into this story. And now we have this thing called SWAN. They called it SWAN 2025 or SWAN 25. It's shown up. It looks more like it's hidden behind a comet, or it's not a comet at all, but it seems to be somehow at the same time and space as 3I Atlas. So we have 2 things now, not just one. And that opens the dialogue to the possibility that we've got, that could be, depends who you want to talk to. Some people think galactic Federation is involved here, and we can talk about all that. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of people who are sort of woo-woo into their, cosmic thing. One person was talking about, oh, it's going to help us ascend. No, I'm sorry. But if you don't know the history of our relationship with the Anunnaki, then you don't understand that they consider themselves gods, our rulers, that Anu is the head Anunnaki, that he is the father of Enki and Enlil. It's all in the Sumerian tablets, open to interpretation. Zachariah Sitchin wrote something like 12 books about it. So I'm just trying to give a whole litany. So anyone watching this who doesn't know Zipal might be able to get up to speed quickly. So I'll just shut up for now.
Yeah, and I was going to add, Carrie, Richard Hoagland. I wrote my first book with him, Dark Mission. He's a genius. I mean, he's brilliant. He's beyond brilliant. He has insights that nobody else has before anybody else has them. He's great.
Excellent, guys. Great discussion. Great insights, Carrie. Love your work. Thanks a lot. Laura, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Yeah, well, it's great to hear what everybody has to say. I've been kind of trying to keep up with just a lot of you guys' interpretation, and obviously remote viewing and just deeper understanding and talking to the folks that you talk to. I can't really wrap my head around it. I mean, I'm hearing everything from 7 comets coming, and when you hear the astronomers and the way that they describe it as a comet, that is not necessarily what is happening here. And I think with what you guys just shared, it reveals a lot that science is not going to cover. I mean, we see what science allows us to see, so-called science, versus a much more multidimensional landscape. And I really feel that there's nothing that's here to help us ascend except for what we're unlocking within ourselves anyway. So comets tend to be more like messengers. If there's any kind of ship or craft involved, we've been dealing with galactic federations and Anunnaki for a really long time. Sure, this orbit of Nibiru. Some have said that it pretty much has imploded a long time ago, and there's only small parts of it that even still exist. And any Anunnaki return, I don't feel like they ever left, and I feel like they've been our foster parents that have acted like the gods that have kept us from true source, and that we need to awaken to that to collapse the control grid that is putting things in reversal. And there's always going to be a story behind a story. There's a story behind a story, like. And this is why it's important, these kind of panels, because, obviously everybody here, including myself, have dug deep into the topics that we are familiar with, or we speak upon, or that some might consider us experts of. I wouldn't say that this has been something I've been able to gain clarity about, but I do have a strong feeling that they always leverage an event in order to create a psyop to distract us away from the truth. And this is no different. So, I just love these conversations, because as long as we can put it all out on the table and talk about it, I find it very interesting that Richard Hoagland, out of all people, and well, it doesn't surprise me that much, but I was on panels with him back, and I think the panel you put on, Carrie, at one of the Camelot events, and we had an interesting dynamic because of the recruitment to go to Mars. But anybody who's being silenced, any information that's hard to get out there, is definitely, I would. And I think the people that are listening put more attention on that and really begin to dissect it. But it's not objects that are going to do it. It's us that are going to ascend. And it's going to take us breaking down the control matrix and the Anunnaki overlays and manipulation that have caused this dependency bond with a false authority structure that has this good cop, bad cop with Enki and Enlil. So I think if we can break that down, we'll also nullify any impact they can have on us, including dark weapons and even sleeper agents that are being activated. If we can understand the weaponized humans and any aspect of information that's been weaponized, we can override it and begin to collapse its impact on us. And I think that's just important for us to remember as far as ascension.
Wow.
I love that.
Stunning insights. Thanks, Laura. And wow, what an amazing panel. This is the way we should all be talking all the time. But Carrie's talking about we're heavily suppressed, like Richard Hoagland, unfortunately. Donna, what are your insights on 3i Atlas?
Well, I'm listening to the panel and I'm learning as they're speaking. I'm not that well diverse in this. I'm sort of a newbie in a sense. I've been hearing a lot of talk about what's going on, And that's why I love having the panel together, because they educate me, and they're going to further educate all of Long Island and New York and hopefully the rest of the world. So I like people to know that I'm not well diverse in these subjects. My heart is very curious to know what's going on. And I have a great panel that's going to help educate us and open our minds to what's really going on in our world. And I love these guys. I'm being honest.
And so much is going to change from now until the
much.
conference too.
That's
Just
true.
like
Totally.
it has in the week since we had our panel in Las Vegas, because
Yeah.
one thing you said,
Right.
Carrie, there are no clear pictures of it. They are definitely holding up any kind of astronomical pictures. I just
Oh,
did
Brad, there are clear pictures. They're just not going to let us see them. There are definitely clear
Right.
pictures. We just aren't seeing them.
But what if, when it makes that closest connection, if all the amateur astronomers are able to see it and they can't hold that back, what if this is what really triggers a real disclosure in Earth? That's what I'm hoping, more than Project Bluebeam, which could be also part of the cabal's way of ushering in this new world order. That's what they always said it would be.
This
I have
is a
a
good go-to
question.
panel for when the blue beam does come. You want to?
Yeah.
At least we can
Can I
look
ask
back
a
here and see.
question? I have a question. When that energy, that change of energy comes that close to the earth, are you going to feel the electric? Would you feel that jolt inside yourself? I mean, are we all connected to all this movement, right? So that kind of movement around that's happening with the planets, aren't we all affected by that? Am I off the charts here, or I missed it? Because I
Laura.
feel that everything moving and something like that coming that close to our hemisphere, our moon, and our sun, I think we're going to feel it within our own energy within our bodies. I'm hoping it's going to be a huge awakening, whether they
Well,
display it one way or not.
right.
I-
Remember, sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Oh no, you go first.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things Richard and I wrote about in Dark Mission, our book, and I've subsequently expanded on it in some other books I've written, The Choice, pick it up at Amazon. But the solar system is a system, and everything is connected. Primarily, the main functioning force that creates kind of everything is this spin energy, or what they call angular momentum, right? So it depends on if this object is massive enough, if it's got enough spin energy, and if it hits the right angles and configurations as it passes through the solar system, then yes, it can have a measurable physical effect. I mean, Richard's done experiments where he actually measured what's called the transit of Venus, where it's basically an eclipse where little tiny Venus comes across the disk of the sun, and he's recorded it on sensitive instruments, that there is something happening in terms of a physical effect that can be recorded. So you will feel something probably if this thing is really as significant as we expect it to be. You will get a vibe, basically. Yeah, Donna, I think that something weird is going on, and we already do, because of the fact, they're not ramping us up on this so much as we're responding to what I think we energetically already feel, which is that, something weird's going on. And there's so much weirdness in the air right now, gosh, let's name all the things, right?
I just wanted to mention real quick, the eclipse energy is, it's really powerful. The great thing is that all three outer planets are in harmony with each other. So Pluto, Uranus, Neptune are all in harmony with each other. And the North Node Pisces, Neptune, Aries, Saturn retrograding into Pisces, moving back into Aries, is really the embodiment of the divine human. But there's going to be different levels that people experience planetary energies, comets. I mean, doesn't matter. Ships, federations, beings. It depends on your consciousness. So a frequency coming from Mars can have its shadow, and it's higher octave. Same with Saturn. You have the inverted Saturn, black cube Saturn, inversion that we've been dealing with, but it's self-mastery. It's being our own internal authority. And when we graduate to these higher octaves, we have a different relationship with what we're all kind of feeling. We're not feeling it the same way. Like the shadow of Neptune is self-undoing, even suicide, even addiction, right? Its higher octave is being able to see the multidimensional, being able to see the unseen and bring life to the unconscious. You're going to have a completely different experience. So the question is, do we run away or do we face these things as we confront the energetic shifts?
Excellent points.
Inhale.
Now, let's move to the New York Awakening Summit on October 4th and 5th. Brad, what are you bringing to the conference?
Well, I've been asked to speak twice, and I'm going to do my hidden esoteric in plain sight based on my 3 books in the esoteric series. which is basically all the things around the world that we've always seen and maybe didn't pay much attention to, but have a hidden symbology. And it's been said that symbols are the language of the Illuminati. So we're going to look at all the ways that they're peppering us with their symbology and what it might mean. And then I'm also going to do the hidden anomalies of Antarctica, which, as all you know, I went down there 7 years ago, and I'm working on a new book, which is actually done. I'm just building the index for it right now. And some of these panelists might write an endorsement for it. And it's a great book. I think it's my best. It's my 11th book. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Antarctica too. There too may be the trigger point for disclosure if what really is below the ice and in Antarctica could ever come forward. It's going to be amazing. And I now have U-boat maps of Germany during World War II that they show the exact route to get underneath the ice, well deep into the continental landmass to within 100 miles of the South Pole. And that happens to be where this giant hole is in the ice, where Admiral Byrd flew a plane in and saw this fantastic landscape. So there could be high civilization, maybe alien craft that have crashed there that are now coming to the fore, and all the other great and weird stuff about Antarctica I'm going to be talking about in that presentation. So I'm looking forward to giving it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, I look forward to that book. And, I believe that, Antarctica, I know all of us could probably go deep into this subject, but I believe at one time it was ice free. There was, pole shift, and maybe we'll see it free of ice again in the future. But Mike Barrow, what are you bringing to the conference? What's your focus?
At this point, I don't know, because I don't know which thing I want to talk about. There's so many things to talk about. There's Three-Eye Atlas. There's the political situation. I'm thinking about writing a book, and I'm talking to Brad. Brad, maybe you'll publish it. I don't know. Somebody will, I suppose. About the three coups, the three presidents that have been removed because of the alien presence. President Kennedy, President Nixon, because he had the audacity to show Jackie Gleason the alien bodies and stuff like that. And they said, we got to get rid of this guy. And then Donald Trump, who's the one under whom we created Space Force, which I believe is like Shadow from the old Jerry and Sylvia Anderson show UFO, which is supposed to be the space defense against the aliens. I think that's why he created that branch. And he also was releasing information about JFK because he was going to tell people about aliens. And it seems to me you have to set the table for that revelation by convincing people aliens are actually a thing, which seems to be what Donald Trump did almost immediately after he took his first oath of office. So then, of course, he was removed, and we all know what happened with the EF, the thing we can't really talk about on certain open channels. The second word is fraud. The first word starts with an E. And so, but it's interesting because it seems like the dark state, the deep state, is getting weaker and weaker. But they've gone from to just using EF to remove a president. Which the whole world could see how completely phony that was, and everybody knows who really won in 2020. So I want to talk about all that stuff, but the ground is shifting underneath us so fast that I'm not sure if I will. I mean, there could be major revelations about Three-Eye Atlas since then. So I think we'll focus on secret space programs. I don't know, but it'll be something between what Brad has and Laura's got and all that stuff. But it'll be good. And then the other thing is, look, we got these congressional committees showing videos of what looked to me as an aerospace engineer, former aerospace engineer. They're saying these are videos of UAPs being hit by missiles, and it looks to me like a target balloon being punctured by a drone. So the question then becomes, if I'm right, let's just assume I am, why are they lying to the people on these committees? Why are they setting up Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burchett to look like fools when they can expose it? They're saying these videos are UFOs and aliens. I'm unimpressed by any of them at this point. The USS Omaha or the Hellfire missile one. To me, it just looks like a drone pops a balloon. And so, I mean, it just doesn't, they just don't make any sense. Yeah, but Carrie, I hear you, but I understand. I know what they do.
Really? Do you have to use that? I mean, it's not a balloon. Trust me.
It pops like a balloon.
It actually survives the impact of the missile, so it's not a balloon.
Right.
Get a
I want to get into an argument with Carrie.
Okay.
I want to get into Carrie. I'll put
just
myself
don't keep
out.
us in the same room. That's all I
can rip me
suggest
apart.
at this
Yeah.
moment.
So, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I think let's just pretend that I know my shit and that it's a balloon being struck by a drone and it's punctured. Let's assume that. Let's assume I know a little.
No, let's not assume that.
Then the
That
question
would be,
is,
do you want to
the question is,
Comcast? How about that?
what's going to happen, Michael? And but the question then is a bigger question, Carrie, that I think it's more important that we should both be addressing is, if that's true, why are they setting up these congressional committees to look like fools? There is an underlying narrative that they want to push, and they're going to try to undermine these people in the political realm. The question is why and to what end, and what are they planning on springing on us instead? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Very good. Very good. And you're like me, Mike. I just feel the audience out, and I just talk about what comes to mind. So it seems to work out pretty good for me that way as well. Gary, what are your thoughts? What are you going to share? Are you like
besides ripping on me? What are you?
Yeah, right. No, I do want to talk about the Anunnaki through iAtlas. The Charlie Kirk, I just made a major video about the Charlie Kirk situation, the White Hats, how they're conducting themselves, how they created that basically false flag, and how he's in witness protection. So I think my information is absolutely unequivocal. And there are a couple other people out there that are, sort of on my side of the spectrum. But I found the quote from Richard that he wrote to this small group that I'm part of. And it says, "It's time for every human on earth to face the truth. They're here. In fact, 2 ET groups seem to have arrived simultaneously, each in very different planet-sized spaceships." So we have this thing, he says, and I'm continuing a little bit here. He says, the latest Swan 25 now image is taken by another amateur astronomer. So we're not, yes, they actually have made AI videos where they've talked about this Event Horizon hacker group that supposedly hacked NASA. But then when you look at the video, they don't give you any new real pictures at all. They say they hacked them. They say they got all kinds of pictures and they don't show them. So somehow something very weird going on with that. This thing, he said, this is Richard's words. He's saying that this latest ET vehicle is heading right for Earth. This is, there's this sort of amateur astronomer called Philippe Romanov. He got, I guess, some good images, and I can show you this. So I actually have a lot of images for you. I could just go through them really, really quickly. So let me see if I can share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Because, pictures are better than 1,000 words.
Totally.
They say. So I hope that I can get to this. So hold on one second here. I just need to show my desktop. That would be the best thing. Okay, I'm not sure how to do that. Okay.
Hope nobody out there thinks we're like Heaven's Gate here when Hale-Bopp come through and I'm going to suicide.
Well, I have a major image right here to show you that Richard sent. So, it is useful. Share screen. I think we can do that. Hello? Okay. Chrome tab window. Let's try entire screen. Okay, let's try window. Okay, can you see? Are you able to see anything right now?
I think, Michael, it'll pop up as another window.
All right. So do you see this? This is it. Okay, I think I got it. Right? Is that it? You see that?
Yeah, you got it.
So this Richard Hoagland sent through. I guess the image is captured by this. And he also is saying, why is Trump saying nothing? Which, of course, they aren't saying anything, which is really annoying to everyone. And by the way, the UAP hearings, they are disclosing some very important stuff there, but they're still sort of examining their navels and basically wondering if there are crash retrievals, something we solved, I don't know, a good 20, I've been doing this 20 years with whistleblowers, and impeccable evidence, and all of them working in above top secret most of their lives. So, you know, what is taking so long? It's just a dog and pony show that's just being dragged out. It is embarrassing how, sorry to say, how stupid a lot of these people do appear to be. The obvious is the obvious. Okay, so this is how this new thing called Swan 25 looks, at least at this moment, in an enhanced picture. Okay, now if I can, I don't know how to get rid of it. That it doesn't want to let me do that. So I have a whole shitload of pictures here that I can show you. So can you guys see this? Is this on the screen now? It looks like a wheel, kind of.
No, you haven't shifted.
Still the same.
Oh,
slide.
all right. Hold on. Okay. So if you go like,
Maybe just exit out of that and then click on the new one.
okay, stop screen, and
There we
then
go.
present, share screen. I mean, Zoom is so much better than this. This is just like really bad news. Okay, okay, so there is an astronomer. Can you see that this is a drawing?
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a drawing by John Walson. He's someone I know, I've met. He's actually very famous for photographing craft right near the sun. He has been on the Rents show years ago, many times. He is an astronomer. He lives in England. I've seen his telescopes. We've been on the top of a rooftop in Malta watching UFOs go by with his telescope. So he's the real thing. Now he is afraid for his life. He's not allowed to say, he can look through his telescope, but he can't tell us what he's seeing. But he did make a drawing. This is what he saw of 3I Atlas. So he seems to see some kind of craft. And by the way, it's surrounded by rings of some kind of atmosphere, something like a Dyson sphere or something, and then some black space. So it's kind of floating in the middle of these protective rings, if you will. So just showing you that. I think I can go right down the road here. Now, these are his. Okay, so what he did was he went online, he searched, and he's completely obsessed. So he searched for the best images of 3I Atlas. And so I'm just going to run through these really quickly and show you what he got, because no one has seen them except the people who have watched my shows and so on and so forth. So these are much more interesting, I think you must admit, than anything you've been seeing or anyone else has been seeing. And they're getting a level of detail which is quite extraordinary.
Carrie, these are John's photos. Is that correct? John
No.
Leonard Walton?
Okay, so let me repeat. If he actually shows you what he can see through his telescope, he can see through his telescope is like the surface of Saturn. I mean, I've been right with him when he's looking at this stuff. He's got the moon like so up close, you wouldn't even believe it. I mean, he's got the goods. NASA lies to you. They have the goods. Okay. So they have Solar Warden that patrols our space, our solar system. They have, believe me, they're in contact even. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're in contact. So again, I'm just going to get that out of here. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Those are some pictures just to sort of whet your appetite, if you will. You probably are going to see more tonight on Hoagland's show.
Awesome.
If he's allowed to do anything. But the bottom line here is that we, the people, are, and we have to demand the truth from our governments, okay, around the world. And the secret space program, look, what Donald Trump put in place, Space Force, was a covering that was basically his effort to try to own what the secret space program, secret government, which is mostly underground and off planet, is doing, okay? So that is his administration's effort to take control of that. He is not successful so far as I'm concerned. Okay, now we don't know what kind of negotiations are going on with 3I Atlas, but I can guarantee you they're in touch. They're in contact. And there was actually a shutdown of all images period, not because of the sun, but just between July 21st and August 21st, there was like a month of total blackness that we humans were not party to anything that was going on. So they could have, gone out there, boarded the ship, had meetings. We would not be the wiser. I'm just trying to paint a picture. We are in the dark, literally not being told anything. So this is the trouble. But there are things that this particular craft are doing that are sort of in your face. When it is going on a trajectory, what David Sereda talked about is that every point that it's crossing relates to a historical event, especially religious historical event back in our history, which means they know us intimately. They know how humans think. They know, what you believe, and that, Methuselah lived for 100 years. I mean, all these different correspondences are mathematical. And the way aliens can communicate with humans, even if you don't share, the same language, is through mathematics. So what they're signaling to us is that they have been watching us, that they have been recording us, and that they came into our solar system at a particular time and place where everything is being orchestrated from their end. Okay. And how we react. Well, we react secretly because we've got a secret government, a secret space program, and it goes from there. And the evidence, if you don't believe me, is also that Richard Hoagland is being blocked, because I think they're afraid this is a moment for him as a scientist who goes out beyond, where I think his saying of his website or something, where no man dares to go or whatever. So that's why they're afraid he's going to, he's kind of a drama queen. And so he's going to take this moment and make a big deal of it. In a sense, he's been waiting for this all his life. Okay. So now you want me to, this is kind of, I will talk about this. I tend to link up the dots. I connect the dots. They tried to do a, false flag.
Let's save that, because that's the next part of my discussion. And
okay, you said what subjects? These are subjects. I'm not going to talk about it.
Subjects. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that's the kind of thing that I will talk about, is everything under the sun and link them all together.
Wow, that sounds absolutely incredible. Laura, what are your plans? What do you plan on discussing? I always enjoy your discussions, your insights. So what are you planning on?
Well, I'm really excited to hear everybody. My gosh. Well, I there's a lot of different layers, different kind of subjects that connect. I share a bit about my great grandfather Eisenhower, not because I want to make that my focus, but there's a lot that they're trying to keep from us about what took place during his administration, and it's not just about him; it's the voice that he had for many of us back then, for sovereignty, for freedoms, for liberation from the deep state. There were things he set in motion to dismantle that, but of course, it's us dismantling it. But touching upon a little bit of that, the millions of dollars that are spent every year to silence people like us, Richard Hoagland, all of us that have dealt with censorship, how hard it is to, bounce back. I mean, we do, and that's maybe 2 slides, right? The rest of it, maybe a few, just on, just some of the deeper layers of all this that some really extraordinary people have helped me to understand, including a lot of folks here, just about that particular era, that particular time in our history. So I'll share what I've learned there and how that lines up with a lot about just our connection. And that's very brief. A lot of it's going to be about the weaponization of the zodiac, how that relates to the 12-strand DNA, 12 houses, 12 strands, 12 stargates. I mean, just the connection with all of this, the multidimensional cosmos, and our reconnection to the Christ Sophia, the divine blueprint. Not in a woo-woo kind of new agey way, but in the way of how does this relate to the planetary grid network, and what were the reversal grids? What happened that made it so we're born into a system that literally from the beginning of our life begins to throw us into inversion through all the pillars of society that are all swamps that need to be drained. How does this show up in the zodiac with all the different astrological alignments that are going on? What is the psyops that we're being thrown to hijack that growth period and initiation that we all experience in our own unique ways? Is to bring us, into the 0 point unified field and not be so ruled, by alignments too, because a lot of what rules us are that Anunnaki that, Carrie talks about so much, and others that have been in the field. And I know all of you have touched upon the subject. Where is that overlay? How does it show up there? How can we begin to move into the 12 tones, the flames, the true representation of what this meant, where it was much more embodied than, something we experience on a prediction level, which is important for awareness. It's like we'd want to know the weather forecast before going out. If want to make sure we wear a rain jacket and a coat if it's going to be that kind of weather. But how can we drop being played, being controlled and manipulated, and how to clear or acknowledge the clearing that needs to take place in our creative channels, to move beyond the archonic sort of lower astral, lower shadow Neptune, to move into that multidimensional awareness as a scriptwriter, as a empowered person that reclaims that creative imagination and writes a better script for our future. So it just goes into where does that show up in places we don't expect? And that can be incredibly revealing, just like iridology or looking at hidden things about our bodies that might reveal more than we thought. So I'm kind of shedding light on some of those sort of things, and that the future is in our hands. So a lot about galactic history and the remedial tone that the system was designed to keep out, so the mother energy would never return and reclaim her body. It's sort of like them doing that to our physical body with geoengineering, that nature experiences that we experience through all sorts of bioweapons and tactics being used to hook us in, that we can absolutely collapse and override through the power of our reconnection to our truth. And that's what my book is about, awakening the truth frequency, that is enough to collapse this control matrix. And that in a location, why is this location so significant? Montauk area, Long Island, that we would all come together and what has, touching upon what's gone on there, and what our presence, what our field, what our unity and conversations and presentations and love and everybody that we relate to, and what our intent is and what we send out is going to shift the vibration of a very, very targeted area of the world.
Wow, fantastic. Always love your going down the rabbit hole of the consciousness. You always make it comfortable. So it's like,
oh, good.
Very good.
Michael, can I say something? Is it okay,
absolutely, Donna,
everyone? I'm sitting here listening to you, and I have no doubt how fabulous this summit event's going to be, because each of you are actually all talking about the same exact thing. You're putting it into a timeline because we're prepared for the information to come forth now. Whether you use pixels and numbers, when we got on the computer system, when they started taking our blood, DNA when we were born, how that got in, how everything is number coded now, plastic, we're in a transition. And however we want to formulate it, your grandfather with the 3 presidents that Mike brought up, we really should start with you and what went on with his history first, and then how Kennedy and all the other presidents followed through with that, in my opinion. And I love that Mike and Kerry can go at it a bit because they're both right in their own ways. And there are that many people that will hear both sides. So I love that we can be together and really roll up our sleeves and pitch it out there. And I think the history that Brad is bringing forth is just another unraveling. We wouldn't have been able to be here a day sooner than we are. We are here because we've been prepared to be here today, whether it's through the zodiac energies of the planet. These programs that we were born into have been well illustrated a million years ago. We're just part of the timeline. This is all that this is. It's an energy awakening. And the matrix about the federal government, the IRS, that's all part of it. We're ready to hear and think different because we're being turned on, or whatever we're going to call it. And I really think the urgency of putting this together in a half an hour, and you guys are great to be on board with me. I appreciate that. But it isn't about any of us. It's about spreading the message and getting people more prepared and we are in for a magnificent season. It's going to be wild. We have Look what happened when I spoke to you till today. The events are happening so quickly. They're
Yeah.
shocking. You believe them, you don't believe them, where they're coming from, but everyone's starting to think a little bit. That's the best part of right now. So having you here to sit with the audience and resonate that information that you're rising, your consciousness is rising. So how it was designed, how the numbers are pixel and computerized, and how this is coming in, and the transition we're into going forward. This is the exact right time for all of us to be together. And I just want to say once again, Michael, thank you so much for grouping us together and letting us share our message to the Long Islanders of New York.
Yeah, definitely. And I like what Laura said about the Montauk project. And Brad and I and you were talking about the Montauk project before we went on. Brad brought up the excellent point that one of the seats from one of the craft was taken to Montauk and put people up. And that Netflix show Stranger Things kind of like you lose to some of these things that have been used for the Montauk. And other people have talked about the Montauk project for many years. But let's jump into other controlled information and thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And that's a Charlie Kirk event that just happened. Brad, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk?
Oh boy, so many inconsistencies. We're not being told the truth. I had high hopes for Kash Patel, but he seems to be going along with this lone nut shooter. I mean, it's the same script over and over and over again. But now I just saw today that they've done the analysis on the gunshot, and it was at close range. So this is just throwing everything into a tizzy to try to stick with this old narrative. It's just, I don't know how people could really go along with it anymore. But this could very well be the linchpin we need to turn the tides against this deep state who keeps doing these kind of things and keeps trying to tell us, oh no, it's just a one-off lone nut shooter. And I also saw that the governor of Utah said the kid has not talked yet. So everything you see, all these fake inquiries into his texts with his lover and all this, it's just, once again, it so reminds me of Lee Harvey Oswald. And I think, Mike, you might want to chime in with this, all the parallels and the one-off shooter kind of thing, and how this just doesn't really add up. And unfortunately, I might have to go here in a minute. Yeah. I'm in the library and they're closing up in a couple minutes.
That's why I
just want to close by saying I can't wait to see all you guys in Long Island. And Donna, thank you so much for bringing us together. It's going to be a great event. And I'm going to watch the replay on this and see what you guys have to say after I got to jump off.
All right, and I will try to get you your little book blurb by Monday. I promise. Okay, I'll get on it. But tomorrow's football day, so forget that. Yeah,
give me that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so, from I think within an hour, maybe 2 hours after the Charlie Kirk incident, I come on and basically destroy the narrative right away. I've seen these things. I've studied these things over time. I think it was basically they hijacked a deep state event that they knew was coming. That's my thoughts on it. But the narrative continues. But this is something we see in a lot of these events where they'll continue all these different narratives. Oh, the shot came from here, and you get all these experts to come on and talk about it. And we just see so many anomalies. Every day there's more. It's 21 days, create a habit. They want to just keep force feeding us and controlling our consciousness until at some point we just accept it. So I think we're going to see a lot of this stuff in the future because this is a play against the deep state, and the White Hats are basically taking the script and turning it against the deep state. So I don't see it as a huge negative, although Carrie and I and all of us here will agree that, yeah, we would like to say the truth, and that's our business to put out the truth. We're not attached to anyone. No one's controlling us or puppeting us, although I see some people out there that are. We're out there sharing the information that's true, and you're going to get it from us. We're going to constantly give you the true information. You can decide for yourself what you want to believe, and that's just the way it's going to be going forward until everybody wakes up. So that's going to take a little bit longer. Carrie, what are your thoughts?
Well, I can play a clip that's like less than probably a minute long, where 107 is describing how they put people into witness protection.
Right.
And he was the reason that matters. It's all in my video that I made. But Kash Patel was talking to for the FBI. He was on a podium and he basically made a statement to Charlie saying, you know, so long, brother, you know, we've got this. I'll see you in Valhalla. And those words are actually echoed by 107 in a previous broadcast. And he is ostensibly the spokesperson, the lead spokesperson for what is in essence the Trump White Hats or the Trump MAGA movement or whatever you want to call the name of what they do. Okay. But they are the ones that are the military arm of the Trump MAGA movement. And Juan is the ostensible leader. I've been told he has a rank higher than general. He is JFK Jr., and I have backed that up with lots of evidence over the years and done many interviews about that. So this, what I'm saying here is not going to be per se about that, but it is what he said in this statement that is so striking. So I could basically share my screen again if that works and play this 1 minute video if it works. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's play that. That's a good.
It just takes 1 second for this thing to play.
Long and short of this is that you're on his stage. You know, when you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity. And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community? And then you can bring them out later on.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
So this is, as far as I'm concerned, a tell, you know, if you want to call it that. So this is kind of what we're talking about is getting these tells from one, Kash Patel, and two, somebody unearthed this piece of video footage where Juan was explaining. So Juan himself, being JFK Jr., is also part of the package. So he knows, he orchestrates this. I believe he's behind a lot of the orchestration of, and the reason they brought Charlie Kirk into witness protection and staged a whole assassination scenario for the world is to stop, to hide him, to take him off the world stage at a time when he was being threatened by Israel. That much is evident in, you know, a lot of the press information, a lot of his speeches towards the end of his so-called life, and so on. So they had to put him into hiding because otherwise they were going to lose him. And JFK Jr. knows this better than anyone because right when he was going to run for president, and Charlie Kirk was the selection, or at least one of them, of the White Hat group under Trump for who would come and follow in Trump's footsteps. So he was their choice. Somehow that got leaked. Somehow that put him in great danger. And then Netanyahu was offering him huge sums of money to support Israel. This is recent news and this is substantiated. So put two and two together. What would you do with a guy that you needed to protect to keep him alive for the future if you saw the best possible future scenario for our, you know, planet, or at least the United States, is this young man who is quite brilliant and a wonderful speaker. So this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I almost completely agree with you on all your points. So, Mike, what were your thoughts on it?
Well, I don't know if it's a false flag. I do know, you know, I'm watching these guys doing this with their baseball caps and signaling right before he's shot, and they're clearly signaling to a shooter. The close range thing doesn't seem likely to me. It clearly looks as though that he gets hit and the bullet goes through that way, which means a guy who's higher up and shooting down. Logically, I have a friend, Mike. He's like you. He's got a special forces background. I'm going to do my show on Monday. I'm going to ask Steve Doran about it, the trail boss, and see what he thinks about all. There's definitely something fishy going on. But I think it's the thing I want to discuss is not so much the incident itself, but let's assume he did pass away. I did see a video from a guy who was with him the entire time after the shooting, one of his mentors, a pastor, and he gave a pretty convincing testimony. And so I'm just, I don't know which is the truth, and I'm not going to argue that. But let's talk about the impact of the incident as if he were shot. And what you can see is that this is a turning point event, to use a pun. This is something that's changed America almost the way 9/11 changed it. You've got people who lean Democrat who are now like, F the Democrats. There is a major shift going on because of this. And you see the deep state trying to respond as if Jimmy Kimmel losing his crappy rated show is the same thing. Even Elon Musk said, he went full retard. You never go full retard to Ben Stiller. He told him that and said, just STFU, get out of here. Because what matters is that he was taken off the stage. Now, whether it was by the white hats or by the black hats, he was taken off the stage because he loved God, because he loved Jesus, because he loved America, and because he was changing the hearts and minds of young people and turning them away from the satanic dark cabal. That's why he's not with us anymore. So for whatever reason, witness protection, whatever it is, when they strike at us like that, Michael, I don't start fights, but if you swing at me, I'm going to punch back. And I think that's what you're going to see here over the next few weeks. Maybe it's not the best course of action. Maybe it's not what we should do, but I feel like this is like a seismic shift in the body politic of America, and the response is going to be chilling. I mean, I'm just thinking we're that close. We're that close to a Charles Bronson movie where people are just sick and tired of girls getting stabbed on subways and people being shot for speaking their mind and talking about God. And I just think the response is going to be very, very difficult for us to all get through. We're headed into a tough stretch here for sure.
Yep. I think it's a turning point too, but like 9/11 was a deep state controlled operation. Mm-hmm. President Trump's fake assassination was a white hat operation that was flipped. And I think this is the same thing. So
I don't know which this is. I hope it's a white hat operation. And a year from now, he reemerges and says, we had to do this. So I hope that's true.
So I'll give you my extensive background, and I say it's a white hat operation. So Laura, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of that going on. A lot of white hat operations. And I mean, the division, the polarization is getting, worse to the extreme. And with all these, we're not talking just sleeper agents. We're talking, people that are just amongst us, that have crossed the border, that have been, activated, that have been released from underground base. I mean, God only knows how much that is, going on, and what this bioweapon has done to people's mind, connected to the 5G as well, to create more unrest, more division, more danger for all of us. And we've all put ourselves out on the line. We know it. We're a team, I feel, with the white hats and the positive military units and the things that are going on to shift what's going on the planet. So what we see on the world stage is very different than what is actually going on. And I do definitely feel that there are a lot of different stories that seem to be coming from that side, patriot or white hats, or they're doing this and they're clearing this out and they're being executed, that make people complacent. And some are very, very, accurate, I'm sure. And you're the one that is really that clarity, Michael, and all of you, Carrie and Mike as well, to really be able to see the anomalies and the signs. And if you don't know how to read that, you can't really navigate very well what's going on in the news. There's a lot of CGI. There's a lot of AI. There's white hat operations. I definitely felt that the assassination with Trump immediately was a white hat operation. And intuitively, that was the first hit that I felt about Charlie. I've kind of kept a distance from the news lately just because my energy field has been so overwhelmed. But I feel so much is moving in our favor, because an awakening humanity is going to have a society and a system that is collapsing and reflecting back the victory of what we're attaining from within. And we just have to stay the course, regardless of where we, we might feel where the information takes us. Even you guys arguing, you could tell it's playful. You don't mean anything vicious. The thing is, these conversations without the division and holding that line and being that example for others, that we can all see different perspectives and have different backgrounds or opinions about this, and have a wonderful conversation about it and learn from each other. So I think, Michael, you've always talked about, this being able to see and remote view, and with your background and your insiders, Carrie, and your incredible research, and everybody here. So it's going to be amazing. I got to go to be at this event. Thank you so much, Donna, for pulling us together. I just have so much love and respect for all of you. And Michael, it's always amazing to see you. And I look forward to seeing, where all of this goes. And it'll be interesting to see how the next couple of years unfold. But yeah, I definitely see something spiking, and will override and help to de-weaponize the humans that are becoming weaponized, and that the white hat operations are happening to protect a lot of people right now too.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah,
Love you, Laura.
Love you
Thank
guys.
Love you too. Thanks.
Do you want to hear what I think about Charlie? What happened?
Yeah,
If you're
absolutely.
interested.
Yeah, just sorry, I'm going to have to go as well. But I can stay for your whatever you might say here, Laura.
Thank you, Carrie.
Donna.
Thank you.
But I actually have to go.
I hope it's a white hat operation. There's been so much of that around here. We don't know the truth about much of anything we've ever learned anyway. So we don't really know what's going on here, but let's just use the fact that we can look and have a conversation and figure out white, dark. But the fact is that he was assassinated in front of a lot of young American children, young adults that are going to be, running the world, making peace, full of hate. We don't know. And it's a global, it affected the entire planet. So whether it's white or dark, the fact is the reality in the world that we are living, it was traumatizing to see a life being taken out. Young father, upcoming, someone's son, husband, father, and all he did was have peace rallies and conversations, spoke to people who had nothing in common with him. It was a very peaceful exposure. And then he got shot. And I think the message is, America, you wave your flag, you're an American. Don't let anything keep you down. Don't be afraid of anything. I think this is going to bring people out and give them a lot of courage in a peaceful way. Because if that's the leadership that Charlie was projecting, peaceful conversations with people who have nothing in common with you, I'm all for it. And I think that shakeup was not only based here in America, but it hit globally. The millions, the billions of people that don't have these conversations, but it affected them. So it's time to stand up with pride and not be afraid to speak freely amongst other people who are different from you. And that hate and that division, how they're constantly dividing you to hate somebody, don't empower it. Don't let his killing be in vain. He was a peaceful man who spoke to people who are very different from him. That was to try to make you afraid of being a free soul spirit. Let's not forget that. And one other thing, while I'm an American, I'm not agreeing with all of what America did, right or wrong, but I'm an American and I am going to wave my American flag. And if you're an American and you're living here and you don't like seeing that American flag, that's a sad day for you. But not all the Americans here, put your flags out, be proud to be an American, support what Charlie's efforts were, freedom of speech, the loving people that we are here in America, stand up for America, the loving, peaceful people that we are, support Charlie. Do not ever be afraid of being shut down. He did what he did. Believe it or you don't believe it, future adults of this world. They're trying to frighten you to not speak. And I don't want anyone ever to say that he was a brave man. You don't have to be brave to speak freely from your heart. You just have to speak freely from your heart. And we have to stand behind what happened there. That's how I feel about what happened to Charlie.
Beautiful, Donna. And
Thank you.
your Awakening Summit, again, it's October 4th and 5th. Have the link in the description box for anyone that wants to attend, connect. It's going to be a great event. You heard
Thank
from all
you.
the speakers that are going to be there. It's going to be fabulous. So thank you. Thanks everyone on the panel that's here and has been here. And lots of everyone. And we'll see you guys next time.
Michael, we love you. Thank you so much for having us. God bless you.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was really good.
We're still on.
Goodbye, guys.
Thanks
Goodbye.
everyone for
Hi,
showing
Donna.
up.
See you in a few weeks.
You got it, Mike.
Talk
Thank you.
again.
Thank you. Yeah, anytime, Tracy.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets here in Anaheim, where we're having the LifeWave Convention starting tomorrow. I believe very strongly that every time a LifeWave patch connects with someone's body, that person is much better served going forward. So I think that more and more people are finding that out, and we hope to get more people to get involved with LifeWave. Of course, being in an event like this really gets you motivated because of all the new technology that they normally reveal. Now, as far as like the weather, strong storms, earthquakes, and so forth, will be increasing. I've been talking about this for a little bit now, and they have been increasing, of course. I think they're going to really start to kick up going forward. Those of you that are intuitive will benefit. Those of you that are not, you're not watching me anyway, so you're going to, unfortunately, those people are going to find themselves in a good position. All right, because these storms and earthquakes and so forth, tsunamis, are going to devastate a very wide, broad range of people all over the world. So that's going to be very tragic. Now, I want you guys to understand that once these tragedies hit, they're beginning, all right? The beginning of much more coming. And so you can't get too involved. I know a lot of us will probably when these tragedies happen, and we're going to see millions of people, unfortunately, get taken out. But I mean, will people care about the coming earthquakes and tsunamis and so forth? Yeah, initially, but it'll wear off real quick because there'll be more coming. All right, so let's look at some other things that are going on in the world. Looks like we may see a pretty significant hurricane down in the Caribbean over the coming days into the weekend. Probably going to be a Cat 5. Melissa. So Melissa, I would say probably maybe tonight or tomorrow she may turn into a hurricane and then upgrade very quickly, because where she is situated right now, just below Jamaica, or will be just below Jamaica here the next day or so. The water is extremely warm. We've not really seen any hurricanes this year in that area. So the deep, warm water, and of course the water at the surface is extremely warm, and that's what feeds a hurricane. So this hurricane is going to somewhat, stall out. And then once it stalls out, it'll probably increase in speed because it's right there in the warm water. Jamaica could unfortunately get really, really hammered. There's some scenarios where this hurricane gets sucked out into the Atlantic, but looks like it's going to continue west next to Jamaica. And like I've said in the past, that there was going to be a hurricane that was going to go right up Florida. This is kind of looking like that's a possibility. It's just kind of a stretch at this point. But if it continues on the route that is going, if it continues to pull west and stall a little bit, then eventually when it gets pulled to the north, it could be in a position where it's going to go over Cuba and into Florida. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. I'll share the screen. We give a little bit of info here, but these things, really haven't materialized this year. Something has been keeping them from prayer, or direct your energy weapons, HARP, I don't know, on the good guy side, maybe pushing these things out. Or maybe it's just Mother Nature, right? Could be. There's always that possibility. But this is Mr. Weatherman. He does a really good job. Watch him. Let's listen to what he's got to say.
It could be a powerful hurricane very close to Jamaica. Now, Jamaica, there's a couple chances of this thing hitting Jamaica, right? I want to show you that in this video. But again, still that slight chance that this were to just zoom up toward Haiti. If that happens, that would increase, of course, the impacts for Haiti and the Dominican Republic, but that track a little bit more to the west is more likely. Here are the two big models. Now, there's...
All right, so here's the models like he's talking about. They were saying in the beginning it was definitely going to do this. It was going to go in between the islands, mainly hit Haiti. Now it's looking like it's going to move west, like we're talking about. And, still it's a possibility it could just like go out to sea. But still it's going to, whatever it does, however it moves, it's going to cause some pretty significant impacts. Now, if it goes along the Jamaica right here, they're going to get some serious Cat, 2 all over the island, maybe upwards of Cat 3. Of course, on the side where the hurricane is, they could get up to Cat 5. And they could get flooding of over a foot and waves of up to 20 feet. Wow. So that's kind of the prediction right now, but we'll see. Things still a couple of days away. And as we've seen this year, these things have had the tendency of getting sucked out and not really causing that much of a problem. But just to be heads up, this is one of those ones that could possibly be my prediction, where I see it just go straight up Florida and wreck Florida big time. All right. So that's what's going on right now for that. We'll keep an eye on it over the next several days. Hopefully it's not going to cause the damage that it could potentially. No one at this point is saying it's going to strike Florida, though. So it may not. All right. So no one thought that it would get this big either. So these things have a tendency of being very squirrely, all right? U.S. strikes 8th alleged drug boat, this time in the Pacific, all right? So the first Pacific drug boat to get hit from Colombia, I guess, or from Venezuela. So it must be coming from Colombia. So Venezuela's over here in the Caribbean. So Colombia, now other countries are being, drug boats are getting hit. So who knows? So 2 men survived a U.S. strike on a suspected drug trafficking submersible vessel. So it sounds like it was a little mini submarine or something in the Caribbean last week. And the U.S. repatriated the man, one from Ecuador, one from Ecuador and one from Colombia. Ecuador released the man, identified as, so let him go back to smuggling more drugs, I guess. Colombian citizen remains hospitalized after his repatriation. So I guess the U.S. is just blowing their boats up and just grabbing the guys and like give them back to their countries. That's kind of strange, but whatever. All right. So it was my great honor to destroy a very large drug-carrying submarine that was navigating towards the United States. That was on X. So this next one, U.S. strikes 8th alleged drug boat. All right. So anyway, so we're going to keep blowing up boats out there. And so pow. That's right. So that's one of the things that we're going to continue to see until eventually Maduro's gone, I believe. All right. Apple on Monday hit all-time new record in the stock market. So it really zoomed up. It really pulled the entire stock market up. S&P, the Dow, NASDAQ, all hitting very, very high levels. The Apple was I think it's a $4 trillion company now. It surpassed Microsoft. So I think they go back and forth. One, passes over the other one, but Apple on Monday, I don't know what it is today because stock market was down today, but on Monday, it was a $4 trillion company. And that's because I guess this new Apple 17 phone has done really well. Now, Apple doesn't report for a little bit. I think it's on the 30th of next week. There's several companies that report on Wednesday, the 29th, and then Apple on the 30th. Now, I think these companies are going to continue to see profits. They're cutting costs by cutting their employees. This is normally, in the last stages of a bubble. You're going to start to see unemployment rise because the companies are basically getting rid of their employees because it costs a lot of money. But eventually, it crushes the companies. They're going to end up not being profitable. But to stay profitable in the last several quarters before they go under, they're going to cut employees. The unemployment rate goes up like it's been going up. It's going to continue to go up because this is a sign of a collapsing economy. And then the stock market bubble pops eventually, probably, I would say, into next year, early part of next year is when it pops. But it could pop the end of the year. Now, we know that Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, sold a massive amount of its Apple shares. And, he's basically retiring at the end of this year. So I guess he wants to go out on a good note. And so he's basically gone to cash more than any time in history of Berkshire Hathaway. But like I said, of course, he's leaving the company, and who knows, maybe he just wants to go out on a good note, or he's going to leave the company with a lot of cash. So when the stock market does crash, which it will, then Berkshire, whoever takes over, is going to look really good because they're going to buy everything cheap. And then, I don't know, 30 years from now, it'll be worth a lot of money because 30 years ago, if you'd invested $10,000 in Apple, today you'd be worth $6.9 million. Now, how many of us would hold a stock that long? Not me. Not me, baby. So, but maybe there's some people out there that did. Maybe, I don't know. I was going to say Steve Jobs, but he's passed away a long time ago. Well, who else? I don't know. So anyway, anybody out there I invested in Apple quite a few times over the years and made some nice profits, but my income has been up and it's been like way down. So I would have had to have sold it several times over my life to make ends meet. But those people that can, do that, great for them. But there you go. If you'd, I don't even know inflation wise what that would turn out to be. Maybe it's not really 6.9 million. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less. I don't know. So there's ways to make money. And one of the greatest ways to make money is silver. Now, we know that silver is down quite a bit from its recent highs, but this is normal for a big run. Eventually, silver will continue to go back up. But let's look at what happened with Apple stock on Monday. Let's see what these gentlemen have to say over on CNBC.
Is the big winner today. Of course, Apple is playing a big role in that. A new record high. It is nearing $4 trillion in market cap. Take a look at that. $11 to the upside, almost 5%. It needs to finish the day above 259.02 for a record closing high. I don't know if this has been a stealth move or whatever you want to call it, but this stock seems to be back, as word is that the iPhone 17 is driving the strongest smartphone sales.
Yeah, it's called a bubble, but these guys aren't going to admit that or talk about that. All they're out there for is to basically pump people into buying more stocks.
All right, come on, be a little bit more excited about it. You and I have been talking about this since the summer. And I think one of the things that's important to understand, in particular with the Mag 7, is where are people in terms of positioning, sentiment, and expectations? Yeah.
All right. So there you go. So, rah, go buy Apple stock while Berkshire Hathaway sells their shares. That sounds like, So one of the reasons why, the biggies sell early is so that people can't go, well, you knew it was going to go bad. You sold a year and a half ago. Yeah, so it doesn't fit, right? So he made a massive, massive profit. If he'd kept his shares, he'd be up another $50 billion. Can you believe that? Another 50 billion. Billion. So yeah, I mean, what's a 50 billion to a guy that has like, I don't know, close to $1 trillion worth? I don't know. It probably is not so much. So for me, $100, $50, that's a lot. But for these guys, 50 billions, like whatever. So whatever. So silver. Silver's getting knocked down. Gold's getting knocked down. Platinum's getting knocked down. The precious metals getting knocked down. But they did go on a crazy, crazy run. And it's not unusual for them to get a little rest, right? So I guess I'd like to see them go up forever. But if they do that, they've done that in the past, and they go skyrocketing up and they come skyrocketing back down. Now, a lot of people are really scared. They think that, oh no, this is like the last two times where there was, it went to $50. Now, remember that this time it's gone to an all-time high, way past $50. I think almost $54. So, and gold is just like staggering how far up it's gone, just over the last couple months for both of them. So they needed a pullback. They've gotten a pullback. It remains to be seen if it's more than that. I doubt it, but who knows? I mean, I predicted a lot of stuff, and I predicted stuff that didn't come true, but this one has done exceptionally well. Of course, anything can happen. You got to trust your own intuition. Like I said, those that trust their intuition will survive and thrive in the future. Those that have no clue what even intuition is, not so much. Right? We'll see. None of them. All right. So this is what we're seeing with a lot of things going forward, guys. You're going to get a lot of like counter signals. And if you're not intuitive, you're going to like bail when you should be holding, or you're going to be holding when you should be bailing, or you're going to be staying when you should be fleeing. Right. So all these things are coming into play. You'll see a lot of things that are going to blow your mind. Right. And I'm very open-minded, but it's crazy. Yeah, it would be nice to hit 1 million, 100,000. I'd probably have like millions at this point if YouTube hadn't taken me down. Now YouTube is starting to F with me again, so enjoy me while you can. You never know. All right. So of course I still have a Rumble channel, and I keep Rumble supply with videos and so forth. So there's my Rumble numbers still are growing at a snail's pace like they have been for years. But yeah, here on YouTube, especially once you hit 100,000, usually you start to move pretty quick. So we'll see. But yeah, they're definitely playing some games with me again. So anyway, Magnificent 7 earnings cheat sheet. Tesla reported today. They had good numbers, but their stock is down. It's just a down day. I think it's just going to be a little bit of a downer, up and down, until we get the Fed. That's going to meet starting Tuesday, and then they're going to make their probably a quarter point drop in the Fed funds rate is my prediction. Some people have said a half. I doubt they would do a half, because I think there's still a little bit of inflation that's out there, and probably having a little bit of impact. Now we'll get inflation numbers on Friday. Now, a lot of other stuff, because of the government shutdown, we haven't been getting a lot of reports that the market needs to make decisions of whether they goes up or down, whatever. Right? It's going to go up. It's going to go down, but it's definitely going to go up. So we'll see. But you never know. It could, a hurricane could act, that hurricane that's down there in the Caribbean, it could just go up and slam into, because there was supposed to be a hurricane that was going to strike the World Trade Center, right? But it stayed out at sea. A lot of people don't know that. There was a Cat 3 that was cruising up the coast, and some people say they used that energy from that to, power up those directed energy weapons. I don't know about that, but I think they've got other forms of energy. I don't think they need a little old hurricane or a big one, whatever, to like, do some damage. But if it did go out into the Atlantic's starting to get pretty chilly. We're going to have like a massive cold winter this year. So I don't think it's going to do anything, but who knows? Maybe it'll just like float on top of the water and sting like a bee, kind of like Muhammad Ali, right? So, all right. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. So maybe it'll do that, guys. And then the stock market will collapse because the hurricane comes and slams it, and it'll burn while the hurricane's like raging outside the, because that's the way they're like do crazy stuff like that. It's like, look, LA just burned, but yeah, all those trees around those homes that didn't get touched. That's normal. That's normal. So okay. So I guess a lot of people believe that because Gavin Newsom and all those guys are like Gavin's dancing. Oh, we're going to sell all those houses. And everybody's like, oh, look at Gavin. He's such a cute vampire boy. So he's still there. So Californians like, they hate me because I tell them the truth, because you guys don't go out and clean that shit up. And so all those people are still in power. And, that's why. I don't know. Maybe God's going to like clean up California. So I don't know. So maybe all of you guys are into that. If, huge tsunamis come and like take over and just smash California. So like, well, they were bad. God just cleaned it up. Right. So there you go. All right. Magnificent 7 cheat sheet on Wednesday. That's 29 October. Microsoft, Alphabet, Google, and Meta will report. Now, I say that they're going to be good, right? Whether they are or not, it's going to be good, right? So the Fed's going to go quarter point cut. These after hours will have like astounding, earnings. And then on Thursday, we'll probably see stock market hit new records. It'll be like ridiculous. Who knows? I don't know. So I don't know. Buy the dips. Buy the dips. Buy the dips and you'll see what happens. And maybe you'll make some money, maybe you won't. And but if you buy the dip in silver and everything goes up, like the other day, like Monday was an everything up day. So silver and gold, God, just went crazy. Gold was like, God, it was up almost 100 and something, almost 150, $170. And it was like, wow, look at that. And then, 2 days later, or a day later, yesterday, it was down like 300. I was like, wow, that's like, it set a record going up and then it set a record going down. All right. The same thing with silver. It's been like, charging up. And then we have this crazy down day yesterday. Now, is that harbinger, like I said, of future pricing downturn? It could be. But whatever it is, should be buying it. All right. So, because silvers will absolutely go to the moon. So many people are fickle, and it's kind of like your fickle effers, right? F squared, fickle buck, right? So if you're doing that, then so you have to say that fast. I don't want to offend anybody, but if you're doing that, if you're fickle, you're never going to make money. So you have to find that one thing that you trust and you believe in, you understand. I understand silver because I've been investing in silver since I was a little boy. So as all the way back when I was like 7, 8, I would like buy silver coins from my friends for more than the coin was worth. Sounds kind of stupid, but I knew that silver at one point, which I saved all that. And it's eventually, of course, I made a lot of money on silver and gold. I sold it at the last time it went up back in 2011, which was good because I needed it because CIA was destroying my life. So I needed that money. And so I was able to survive. And here I am thriving again until, I guess, I don't know, YouTube and CIA and everybody else comes and destroys my life again. Who knows? So kind of the way it works for me. So I tell everybody what's happening. I save everybody's lives, and then I get destroyed. So I don't know. Maybe this time will be different. All right. So Amazon will be one of the last to report on the next day. So Thursday, and then on Friday, is it Friday or the next? I don't know when Apple reports. I think it's Friday. It might be the same, but anyway, Nvidia on 19 November, so it's way out there. Nvidia is the one, probably next year sometime. Nvidia is going to have an earnings disappointment, just like Cisco did when we had the .com blow up, when Cisco was like a Nvidia of its time. So finally, after cutting the employees, and because employees aren't there, they're not creating new products and so forth, so the stock went down. Hello. Their earnings went down. So all of these companies are going to be like that. Now, a lot of people are like, well, AI is replacing everybody. No, AI is not replacing everybody yet. Maybe in the future. That's why AI is like, because everybody's like, .com is going to be the future. Well, it took a little time. It is the future, but it was way ahead of its time. And so all those companies that were getting all that money because everybody's like, you're going to be so profitable, give you all the money. And then they weren't because everybody's like, blown up before they were even out of the crib yet. Right. So, and then eventually they got old enough to crawl out of the crib, and then they started to work out, and they got big, got muscular, got fast, and like me when I was a little boy, and then I became like a running back and tailback and did really good. And I was like, I think I'd rather be a Navy SEAL because those guys are cooler, right? So I went over and did that. So that's kind of what we're going to see with some of these AI products. Some of them will be, doing what we believe they're going to do, and then some of them not so much. Now, I heard somebody say today that they should put the biblical texts. I forget what they said, but it sounded really cool. It's like they should put like the good biblical text into AI so that they would never go against human beings. I was like, that sounds pretty clever. Why not? Why not? Let's do that. Maybe it'll work, right? Maybe it'll work. And so anything's possible. Anything's possible. I think we just have to be very, very creative because that's what makes us incredible human beings. Of course, there's a lot of, aliens that are out in space, right? Some of them around our planet, some of them on our planet. They don't see us as quite incredible. Now, if you look at all of the deep state, basically, that is running our planet, all of that stuff, when you really, really look at, that, you're like, human race is kind of effed up. Why would an advanced species come in and help us? Well, I think because there's been many times here on Earth that we have accelerated to such a high extent. We have lots of text about that, Mahabharata and so forth, where there was alien beings that were coming down and atomic bombs being used all the way back then. I think that we have advanced our race several times here on Earth, and some of those advanced races that spawned off of us are out there trying to come back and help us. And if we do reach a certain critical level of consciousness, we could get some help from them. A lot of people call them gods. A lot of people call them angels, but what are they? So could there be a little combination of all that? Very possible. So in the future, in the near future, when we have the 3-eye atlas, which is coming around, maybe that's collecting information. Like I've seen when I remote viewed, there are advanced extraterrestrials that are on that craft. They're basically seeing and they're monitoring us to see how we advance. I think there's going to be more of these big rocks that come through that we think are big rocks, comets, whatever, and they're going to be monitoring us. It depends on, we, the people of the world, whether we advance our consciousness, start to take down all of the demons that are running the show, like Newsom and Starmer and, all those people. So we just go around the world and go, you're bad. We're going to you got to go. All right. And if we were to do that, I think there is a chance for humanity, even with all of the advanced earthquakes that are coming. Advanced, when I say advanced, I mean they're going to be enough to shake the world, right? Very, very high intensity, very high powered. Same thing with volcanoes and so forth. So let's look at some of that. All right. We need to be aware. And if we're aware, we can, perhaps overcome some problems that are coming. All right. So scientists are baffled. There's a dormant, tapped in. There's volcanoes that are awakening all over the world. A lot of this stuff is being kept quiet. There are some people out there reporting it. I pay attention. It would behoove you if you did as well. So here's one.
We have all these monstrosities of dormant volcanoes waking up all over the world. And they're waking up after hundreds of thousands of years, guys. What is going on? I have one for you that is waking up after 710,000 years. And we're talking, as usual, volcanoes are present a lot at subduction zones. And we're talking about the Macron subduction arc today, where there's this dormant volcano. So on these subduction zones, and especially on that one here, dormant volcanoes can awaken without a warning and reveal unmonitored hazards. Hazard doesn't sound good. No warning doesn't sound good. And unmonitored sounds even worse. So which volcano am I talking about? I am talking about the Taftan volcano that's reawakening after 710,000 years of sleep, and it's revealing hidden hazards. It's a quiet, triggerless swelling at the Taftan volcano that is located in southeastern Iran. That is close to the border with Pakistan. So due to this long stint of inactivity, it was really thought to be extinct, crossed off the list. No biggie, don't worry about it, don't surveil it. But already last year, there were some signs that something is stirring at that volcano. We have seen increased levels from the volcano's vents, the fumaroles. And these fumaroles seem to be sprouting more sulfuric gases than usual. And smoke and ash.
All right. I know. Some of you are like, that's so far away. I don't care. And look, there's no one around that area. But, there are other volcanoes, especially along the sleeping, as they call it, volcanoes along the Pacific coast of Oregon, Washington, and California. So there was not too long ago when we had the massive earthquake on that Russian peninsula. It basically rung a bell. And that's kind of how they described it. Of all those volcanoes, they all were like a bell had been rung. They all lit up. They all it's like they're all communicating. And it's like, get ready, get ready. It's about go time. All right. So this is coming. Here's a little bit of information on that.
Is about the Cascade Range that surprised many geologists, but the story looked nothing like the dramatic imagery often associated with imminent eruptions. A team led by Cornell University used a network of seismometers to image 6 Cascade volcanoes, including Lassen Peak, and found that persistent magma bodies remain beneath them even when the volcanoes are dormant. Rather than using satellites to watch for a sudden bulge, the scientists relied on scattered seismic waves from distant earthquakes, which allowed them to map subsurface structures. What those images showed was not an expanding dome, but a stable, long-lived melt zone. When news outlets referenced interferometric synthetic aperture radar (NSAR), it was to note that earlier radar surveys from 1996-2010 detected subsidence. The ground around Lassen was slowly sinking at roughly 10 millimeters per year. That subtle downward motion, confirmed by ground-based GPS measurements, has continued for decades and is thought to be tied to tectonic processes rather than magma pushing upward. There was no confirmation from European Space Agency satellites or sudden acceleration. Scientists back then had no satellites, no sensors, no warnings. People simply woke up one morning and watched the mountain explode. For generations, geologists treated Lassen as history. They said it was cooling, dormant, quiet. But 2025 research has refined that belief. A seismic study by Cornell University and the U.S. Geological Survey showed that persistent magma bodies lie beneath several Cascade volcanoes. Lately, that quiet voice at Lassen has become much louder. Gas sensors placed around the volcano have detected a sharp rise in sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide levels. All
right, so I walked around Lassen, the volcanic magma that it came out of that. That they like made trails around that. I walked on a Pacific Crest Trail. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. And, when that thing erupts again, which is coming, it's going to be quite significant. Now, it didn't show all of the, because there was another video that I saw, but there was another video where they literally had the seismographs, basically each one of the volcanoes all the way up and down the Pacific coast, all of them wrong, right? All of them were like get the phone call. Yep, it's about time to go. All right, wakey, get ready. All right, so it's coming. All right, so a lot of the volcanoes around the world are getting ready to blow. And I think the one that we're going to see first, and I've said this a couple times, is the one that's in Italy. All right, so when that one goes, it's going to be pretty horrific over there. It'll affect the world's climate, and that's why one of the reasons why I think we're going to have a really cold winter. I think we're going to have a significant volcanic activity. When we have significant volcanic activity, we have a massive cooling because of all of that ash that goes into the air. Right. So coming attractions, volcanic activity, earthquake activity, and so forth. So let's look at the earthquake activity over the last from USGS. Now, USGS, I believe, basically down, pushes the earthquake numbers down for whatever reason. They've been doing that for quite some time. A lot of people have been pointing that out, Dutch Sense and some other people. But it's not good when you're trying to track this stuff. When you're trying to figure out, where the next big one might be. If they're downsizing these earthquakes, then look, Hawaii had looks like that must have had some new ones. 4.2. Wow. So the last time I looked at this, there was none in Hawaii. So it's kicking off, or was that old? It might be old. Yeah, 1019. So I went back 30 days. So anyway, there are a lot of earthquakes that are happening over the last. This is 2.5 and above. Of course, if you go even lower, you wouldn't be able to see anything because there's so many earthquakes that are going off. Here in the United States, you guys can see earthquake activity starting to pick up quite significantly. Same thing up in Alaska. And, of course, over here in Russia, this thing just keeps going, just keeps activating. So let's go in here and let's try and see how these these earthquakes are going off. Of course, there's been volcanoes that have been dormant in this area for hundreds of thousands of years that are going off again. So this is earthquakes will activate volcanic activity. So as you saw from that video I showed you, they're just now realizing a lot of this magma is actually below the surface and hanging out. They thought it was just all empty, gone, but now a new capabilities that they have, they're actually seeing this magma under there. So yeah, there's lots of earthquake activity still happening. Another place is the Philippines. The Philippines is starting to get a lot of activity, as you guys can see right here. It's really starting to heat up. Very possibly a major, as you see here, could be a major earthquake in this area. 6.1, 6.0. I think there's a 7, 7.2 in there somewhere, but it's definitely increasing quite a bit in a lot of these areas. All right. So as this increases, now here's another thing I want to point out. All right, you see down in here the Drake Passage. There's been earthquakes down here. So this is the antipode, or the exact opposite of these earthquakes over here on the Kamchatka Peninsula, right? So lots of earthquakes over here, and now we're starting to see on the antipode the exact opposite. If we're looking at a globe, right? So I know there's a lot of people out there who have been talking about flat Earth. I don't know. Like I said, some of these people have really good arguments about that, but let me show you something as far as like a globe and where those two spots were. Let me pull this globey up. So on this globe, which is of course round, there, as you guys can see, there is the, pull this down. So you see the axis here. Let me see if I can get this situated. There we go. All right. So right here is the Drake Passage that I just showed you. Tip of South America and the tip of Antarctica. So let me go back to that other spot that I was showing you so you guys can see. Okay, so again, down here, you can, oh, on the wrong chart. So let me zoom it in. Zoomy. All right, so if we zoom it in, again, here's Kamchatka. Now I want you to see where the axis is right up here. All right, if we go down to the Drake Passage, the axis is back over here and around globe, right? So you're going to see where these two little spots come together like that. You're going to see that on the globe, right? So I'm going to show you guys the roundness, the roundness of Earth. So again, you know, everybody's got their arguments of flat Earth, and then those of us that say there's round. But when you see the earthquakes happening in one spot, and then on the antipode, the exact opposite side, where you're having earthquakes form like you're having on the other side, you got to go, okay, that's not flatness, right? So it doesn't make sense that it would be flatness, unless maybe the flat guys can come out and, justify that. I'm going to go with, yeah, we're looking at a globe here. So let me bring this back up and bring up the sharing the screen. All right, so again, there's that spot, Drake Passage right there where my cursor is. See the axis. So now we're going to go around, going around the world. All right, let's go back to where the other axis is. All right, so here's the other side of the world where their axis is. And remember where that one area is? Right there. Hope it's not confusing, but all right. right. So right in here where that little thing that goes down, that's where the other area is. Right in here. The Kamchatka. Right. So same distance, and that's where we had our little boom on the other side. All right. So anyway, go play with it yourself if you want to, and then you can figure it out. Or if you have a globe, you can get your globe and rotate it and see those two sides. Or you can go to the library if they still have them there. I don't know. Used to go to the library and swirl those around when I was a kid. That was fun, right? I used to have my own, but that was so long ago. Who has globes? Right? No one has globes anymore. Maybe there are few of you out there. Just because of that, I've thought about doing that. All right, so getting another one. Now, yesterday I talked about Winsome Earl. Winsome Earl, what's her last name? God, I can't think of her last name now. So anyway, some of you guys said you're saying Winston, and I was like, was I saying Winston? I'm looking at it. I'm, Winsome Earl. So I'm like, what the heck was I thinking about? The only thing I can think of is that, in my mind, because the way the mind works, my parents used to smoke packs of Winston cigarettes every day. So it's probably, clouded my mind with all that smoke that I used to have to breathe as a little kid. That's why I don't smoke. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at the word and my brain's like thinking it's saying winsome, but it's saying Winston, which I went back and I was saying Winston. I'm like, I'm sorry about that. So you guys in Virginia, I hope you get Winsome. I hope she wins a lot going forward as your governor. And, a lot of people came in the chat and said they're going to go back and support, and they already voted for her. So hoorah, good for you guys. And same thing with in New Jersey, Republican race. I say Republican race, but today I saw that the Republican that's running for governor, Chittarelli, something like that. He is he's doing really well. And early voting and early polling and so forth sees him ahead. So good luck out there, New Jerseyans. You deserve a good person, regardless. And I think the Republican is going to be the best person for you. I think he probably won the last election where they had that I want to call these people in the Democrat Party vampires and just like, demons and so forth, demon rats. So I think they really are. So the guy that was in New Jersey that won by like just a few points or whatever against Ciccarelli in the last race 4 years ago, I was like, that guy, no way that guy won, because he was horrific to people in New Jersey. We've cleaned up a lot of this stuff, and I think we're going to do really well going forward. And maybe the good ETs out there will go. They're doing pretty good. Let's help them out. All right. Let's make these earthquakes not so bad. All right. We got the technology, and so I don't know. Maybe who is Winsome? Winsome is the she keeps texting you for money. Same with me, Wolf Mother. You give to like one of these candidates, and it's like they put you on a mailing list, and then you're gonna like have to delete all of them. I mean, I hope she wins. I've even thought about going to her website, not through the phone, and contributing. But I'm just so friggin' pissed off that it's like every day. In the last election, I gave a lot to Trump, and now it's like they sold my information. And I guess all of them are pumping me for money now. It's like, God, every friggin' day. I'm like, stop. You put on your phone, you put stop. They're not supposed to text you anymore from that number. And then I go delete, and then I hit like spam, like junk mail, and then boom, it's out. And I do that like 5 to 15 times a day for the last year now. It's like, God. I've got to change my phone number and like never give to a candidate ever again through the phone. Right. So yeah, that's Winsome. Winsome. Let's pray that she's the next governor of Virginia. You win some, you lose some. Right. But I think she's going to win a lot. And we want to call her Win a Lot and not Win Some. So, all right. And she's from Jamaica. You know, prayers for Jamaica, guys. Jamaica could be getting hit pretty hard with hurricane. And they're going to need some prayers. And she was also a Marine. And I have high regards for Marines. So many good reasons to vote for Winsome. Not Winston cigarettes. Winston's taste good like a cigarette should. No flavor. No flavor. No so, you know, it was a bunch of us used to go, no flavor, no smell. So we'd like change it up as kids. So you know how that mind works. You put a little song in there. They know they've been MK Ultra Nuts for years. So that little jingle, see, I can like bring that up. And I can't remember a lot of stuff, but I can still remember that. What the hell? You know, never give any money. It's all over. Never give any money. All right. So I got to go. It's 5:55. I think I got dinner with some people. So lots of love to you guys. Stay in the love vibration. Join us in the Life Wave. We got a great group. We want to get that incredible patch to as many people as possible because it has unbelievable good things. It's going to light your body up with the love light, and it's going to optimize you. All right. So let's pray for, you know, not so many hurricanes. We haven't had any. Not so many earthquakes. Not so many volcanoes. And who knows? Maybe we'll get some help from the angels, the ETs, or whatever. Anybody out there? All right. Anybody out there think that, you know, that we're worthy? We're doing the best we can down here, but we know we have a lot of baddies. Could you help us out with the baddies too? All right, please. Okay, guys, lots of love. Stay in love vibration. I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. As my readers know, the U.S. government defaulted on September 30th, and that's the real reason why the government has been shut down. Also, according to my sources in Asian secret societies, they were given until today, October 17th, to come up with the money before the U.S. would be cut off from world trade and basically sent into a complete economic collapse. And it looks like something has happened. Now, the first thing I'm being told is that there is an epic battle going on between the military white hats and the Khazarian mafia, and they each have their own Trumps, as I've said before, but I had a big email from the Pentagon today about this. And they said that the real Trump is fighting very hard now to remove the fake Trump. And take a look at this clip to see the fake Trump at work.
Are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of
Yeah,
trade?
sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. You know, that is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years.
Now, he's telling one lie after another. He says that Russia lost 1.5 million troops, but the reality is, according to independent experts like Colonel Douglas McGregor, they lost about 100,000, whereas Ukraine lost 1.5 million. So that's a lie. And then he tells another lie. He says India's going to stop buying oil from Russia. That's not true. The Indian government said so. And so they're contradicting him. And this is the same Trump who Benjamin Netanyahu be pardoned. So this man has to go. But what I've been told is that the White Hats have a Trump, and they have one avatar for dangerous public occasions. And that the bad guys, the Khazarian Mafia, have two Trumps as well as computer graphics. And it's a very epic battle. But what I'm being told is that with this deadline coming up, and this can be confirmed in the news with China saying they're going to cut off rare earths from the U.S. Now, if they cut off rare earths and they control the supply, because they have the unique technology for refining it. Rare earths are actually not very rare. The problem is getting it refined to 99.99% purity. And without it, the U.S. Automobile industry, semiconductor industry, military industry will grind to a halt. This is why I've been told that the real Trump will be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin and with Chinese President Xi Jinping before the end of this month, because the November deadline is coming, and everybody agrees that this crazy Trump, the fake one, who's said he's going to send tomahawks to the Ukraine, has to go. If the U.S. government sent tomahawks to Ukraine, they have to be managed by the U.S. military, and there's no way to differentiate between a nuclear-armed tomahawk and one that's not. So the whole idea of doing that is threatening to start World War III. But now the new Trump, who's supposedly back, is publicly saying, no, I'll never send tomahawks to the Ukraine. We need them ourselves. So there's something very, very serious happening here. But I've been told that special forces will go into Mar-a-Lago and they will arrest the fake Trump and his handlers. But believe it when you see it, because until that time, it's just not going to be possible. Now, the other thing, of course, is that the U.S. financial system is dysfunctional. Right now, farmers cannot grow food using the current system because they all lose money. They have the loan costs are too high, and the BlackRock and Vanguard and the usual suspects sort of control their distribution as well as their inputs. So right now, in Japan, as well as the United States, farmers cannot profitably grow food. This is an existential crisis. So these people have to be removed, and they will be removed. That's what I'm hearing. And one indication that something has happened is, take a look at this little clip here from the Ukraine. And you can see that he's only being greeted by his own staff. Nobody went out to see him. He's no longer considered a viable leader. So that's all ending. But it's not over until you see the public removal of the fake Trump and Prime Minister Starmer in the UK and Macron in France. When they go, it's really over. And of course, Ursula von der Leyen, all these people, they're still there. Now, we noticed that John Bolton was arrested. That's good. That means they're going after the Obama side, the Clinton side of the Khazarian Mafia. But that's kind of an internal battle between two factions. What we really want is all of them to go. All the Epstein Island pedophile types. And that really does have to happen. And looking elsewhere, it's looking more and more likely that France may be the first domino to fall. There was a change of government in Madagascar last week, and that means that France lost yet another African country. And more important, they lost access to nickel, which is necessary for their industry. And the real big battle is happening now in Morocco. Morocco is also controlled by France, but the important thing about Morocco is they control 70 to 75% of the world's supply of phosphate. And without phosphate, modern agriculture cannot function. So, at the end of the day, what would happen if it was a real showdown with China? China would cut off rare earths and industry would grind to a halt. And then the White Hats would cut off phosphate and agriculture would grind to a halt. And clearly, this is not an option for either side. So some kind of epic deal is going to be reached, but the ball has been kicked forward to November or so. But by then, some kind of deal will be reached, and we'll keep in touch with our various sources. But I know that high-level Russian FSB and MI6 people are talking through back channels to end the war in the Ukraine, and some sort of deal to have a bankruptcy of the United States is also being worked out, but it's going to have a jubilee. So it's all in a state of complete flux. But for now, the U.S. blinked because they knew their soldiers would not get their paychecks unless something happened, and so now they've been given an extension until the real Trump, at least that's what I'm being told, goes to the Korea to meet Xi Jinping of China, and they'll try to work out some sort of final deal. So that's the situation now. It's all in a state of chaos. Now, the other thing I'm hearing is the Khazarian mafia, the dark hats, having gotten rid of Charlie Kirk in a public manner, they're planning some sort of public execution of people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to try to demoralize the American people. But this will backfire, because if that happens, there will be lynch mobs. And they're not going to be able to, there are too many of us who are aware of what's going on. And something is going to break. There's a lot of things I cannot talk about, but, back channels are being used, and people are being hunted down who are behind this fake Trump and that whole show. I cannot name the names now, but there are people we have not heard of. They're being in the background, but they're now being flushed out. So again, for now, the U.S. has bought time because the White Hats have, basically blinked, and they're no longer threatening a thermonuclear war. And now this whole fake Trump show hopefully will be shut down. But until it is, you see it visibly. And I personally would like to see that Trump arrested, handcuffed in front of the cameras for saying, so let's see if that happens. But, big things are happening, and they will continue to happen as we head towards November. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ben, we have our first question for today. I understand that you do not want to talk about Charlie Kirk and the Charlie Kirk assassination, but this event is still very much on the internet. Recently, text messages from Charlie Kirk a couple of days before he died have come to light. The messages say that Kirk shared that the second $1 million Jewish donor had stopped supporting his organization, Turning Point, and as a result, he began feeling that he was being intimidated and so decided to stop his support of Israel. Do you think these messages coming to light?
No, I think that what's happened is that this whole Freemason assassination of Charlie Kirk backfired because people are blaming Israel instead of, starting some kind of civil war in the United States as was intended. So, yeah, this is blowing up in their faces big time. It's not what they planned. So they did have a public Freemason execution of him, but it blew up in their faces, and hopefully before the end of this month, the Nazi satanic state of Israel will cease to exist, and their control over the politicians in the U.S. will be ended, and hopefully that will be done by arresting every single politician who's accepted money from Israel. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you think that the U.S. government shutdown is related to the arrival of the 3-1/Atlas that has entered our solar system and will be at perihelion with Earth near the end of this month? NASA has refused to release any pictures of the Atlas when it came by Mars, even though NASA has rovers on Mars. When people ask NASA if NASA's rover near Jupiter could take pictures of Atlas on its way back out of our solar system as it passes by Jupiter, NASA has said that its device will not take pictures of Atlas, even though it has been taking space photos for 11 years. Is NASA covering this up?
The very first mention in the news of 3-1 came from two Harvard professors who cited a virtual telescope as their source. That's a dead giveaway. Virtual means it's not real. This 3-1 is yet another attempt to do some kind of alien invasion thing by these people. And I'm not paying attention to it because I know it's fake. They've said so themselves. I think we're stupid if we think it's coming from a virtual telescope, that somehow it's real. So I would tune out of all that 3-1 Atlas stuff. It's just some kind of psyops. Ignore it. That's my advice. It's just BS. Next question.
Hi, Ben. My biggest concern about Japan is that the new Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Senai opting to bring political corruption of the 1930s and early 1940s Japan into real life by normalizing slush funds, mostly for illegal personal purposes and political operations. She was the darling of the Abe faction of the LDP, after all. What are your thoughts on her?
Well, before getting into her, I know from direct experience that the Japanese elections are, or have been until very recently, completely fraudulent, and that 2/3 of the politicians are just actors who are intimidated and bribed into reading scripts that were, until recently, given to them by people like Richard Armitage and Joseph Nye. So something fundamental has changed in Japan. There's always been slush funds. There's always been corruption. I've personally observed politicians receiving, $20,000 cash bribes right in front of my eyes. So this is a completely corrupt political system. And when I hear about Sanai Takaichi, and I've met her a few times. We used to be on TV shows together when I was before I was blacklisted. She's a smart woman, but the Abe faction is the Unification Church, and that Unification Church is connected to North Korea. And in case you don't know it, North Korea is basically the part of the Japanese military government that never surrendered after World War II. So they're fighting to take over control of Japan, and the Komeito, or Clean Government Party, just withdrew from their alliance with the ruling party, and the Komeito is right now under the control of China. So there's a China-North Korea proxy war over Japan. So that right now it's sort of there's no real government in Japan. It's in a state of flux. I'm probably going to go back there soon and try to help set up a new system and a jubilee there, just as we need for North America and the West. But right now I'd say there is no real government in Japan. It's in a holding pattern. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Several years ago, Charlie Ward recovered a huge amount of gold from the tunnels between the Vatican and Jerusalem. He supervised over 600 plane loads to Fort Knox. This is the money that had been stolen from the U.S., so in my opinion, it is far from bankrupt. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, what I've been told by my own direct military sources is that the gold in Fort Knox is tungsten, gold-plated tungsten. It's worthless. The United States does not have gold. I do remember being sent a lot of pictures at the time when they did raid the Vatican, and there was all these popes were buried covered in jewels and gold and precious metals, and I know this was taken, but what has to be acknowledged is that the West no longer has gold, and when we do a reset of the financial system, it cannot be just gold-backed, or else that would mean a complete surrender to China. Instead, we need a basket of commodities. I mean, for example, the U.S. has corn, which is, at the end of the day, more valuable than gold because you can't eat gold. So a system is being worked out so that a basket of commodities, including gold, but also grains and other things, will be used. So even though the West does not have gold, it doesn't matter. Some deal will be reached. Okay, well, I hope to see you again next week, and we'll continue to see dramatic changes, but keep your eyes on that fake Trump, see if he vanishes or not. That's the key. Okay, well, hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, doing the LifeWave convention here in Anaheim. So several days here in Anaheim. Love this place. Beautiful, as you guys can see. So yeah, having a great time. Going to have, meet a lot of people in my business, a lot of people in the larger LifeWave business of one big family. It's fantastic being here with the LifeWave team. So are we going to see some new Republican governors coming up? especially in very blue New Jersey. All right, so it's moving. I think it's going to happen in New Jersey. I think we're going to see a Republican governor. Now in Virginia, I'm very excited. One woman, so the Republican, and I'm going to talk about her. She is fantastic. All right, former Marine, currently the lieutenant governor of Virginia. Fantastic woman. She would be the first woman governor in Virginia and the first Black woman for the entire United States for governor. Wow. I really, really hope she gets it, because I don't like the Virginia Democrat at all running for governor. Very, very bad. But we know a lot of these Democrats will just vote Democrat no matter how bad the person is. All right. So I really, she seems to be moving in the right direction. She's gaining. She's got the momentum behind her. She's got a really good, everything she's standing for is fantastic. These are the things that basically got the Republican Party back into Virginia. So let's listen to her.
We rejected career politicians and sent a message: move Virginia forward. But Abigail Spanberger is a Washington insider who voted with Pelosi and Biden every single time. That kind of beltway nonsense will only take us backwards. I'm Winsome Earl Sears. Governor Youngkin put us on the right path. Now I'm asking for your vote to keep it that way. I'm Winston.
All right, so Winston Earl Sears, fantastic. Like I said, she's a former Marine. Her educational background is wow. I mean, you look at it and you're like, I'll find it here in a second and read it out. But she's definitely, I think, the woman for Virginia of the two women. So, like I said, she would be the first Black woman governor, and I think that's fantastic. You would think that there would be so many people behind her just for that alone, guys. But yet they're coming out with racism against her. It's unbelievable. I'm very sad for Virginia, because I was in Virginia for a long time as a Navy SEAL. And I love Virginia. Virginia is for lovers, right? So, and you know how I am. I'm that guy that, is always telling him to stay in the love vibration. So Washington Examiner, Virginia Democrats suffer because they put ideology over education. Now, this is one of the things that's really tearing up the Democrat Party, and they're sticking to it, right? And that is putting people that identify as, like the one boy that was going into women's bathrooms and so forth, exposing himself to women and girls. So now this is unfortunate, because it's starting to get very racist, because we know who the real racists are. So here's, hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then Blacks can't share my water fountain. Read the sign held aloft by a white Democrat protesting Earl Sears in Arlington. So we're seeing who the real, racists are, guys. We've seen this for a long time. And you would think at this point that Virginia would be over all of this, but they're not. They're still stuck in the past. I hope there's enough people that basically reject this type of attitude and elect Winsome Sears. All right. So I would vote for her. Absolutely. No questions asked if I was in Virginia still. All right. So every sane person agrees that, speaking honestly, the boys were blameless and right, because they had a girl that went into their locker room. So it works both ways. This is getting crazy. And this is something the Dems support. If you feel like you're a man and you're actually a woman, you can go into the men's locker room and expose yourself, right? So this is same thing, opposite. We've seen a lot of this in women's sports. We have men going into women's locker rooms, sports teams, and exposing themselves to the women and the girls. This is unacceptable on many levels. So for that alone, we should be rejecting this Democrat candidate because she's sticking by this, right? So moderate parents in costly Washington suburbs might tolerate some wokeism, but not at the expense of their children and the education they pay for so dearly. I know some of these schools, tens, $100,000 a year for their kids to go to these schools, and because they're pushing the wokeism, their actual learning tests are down 5 to 10%, lower than a decade ago. So it's really getting out of control. Spanberger, who's the former CIA type that, it's her home turf. She knows she has to win here by a big margin if she has to win statewide. So hopefully we're going to get Winsome Earl as the first Black woman governor of the United States. She is fantastic. All right. So, man, get out there and vote for this incredible woman. Earl Sears responds to racist signs. So that one sign that I was telling you about where, if trans can't go in your bathroom, then you can't drink at the water fountain. And there's a lot of that going on right now. And even at a I think a ball game just recently, one of the people in the stands basically spoke out. So this was JMU star's dad fired for hurling racist slur at Republican governor candidate Winsome Earl Sears during the game. The father of a James Madison University football player has been fired from his job and suspended from attending athletics events at the school after being captured racially abusing Republican governor candidate Winsome Sears. All right. So like I said, guys, we know who the racists are, and it's not going to stop until we basically get some people in positions of leadership to stop this. Now, Winsome Earl Sears, former Marine, like I talked about, she's from Jamaica, right? And she came to the United States, very similar, to the presidential candidate Kamala, right? And Kamala did not win, but I think we're going to see Winsome Earl Sears win. I hope so, guys. Please, let's get this woman into office, all right? Let's start to push back on all this craziness. All right. So here she was targeted by the dad during the JMU game. All right. So here he is right here. So he said, go back to Haiti. This is how smart this guy is. Not only is he racist, but he doesn't know that she's from Jamaica initially, not Haiti. All right. The face of racism right there, Democrat. He's also a Democrat supporter and contributes to Democrats. James Madison University Athletics holds high expectations of fan behavior as outlined in our fan code of conduct, and to which fans agree. When they attend a JMU athletics event, this includes an expectation that all fans act with respect for one another and display civility. All right. So obviously, these Democrats can't hold back, guys. We have to get out. The people with common sense, and that's from Democrats with common sense. That's independents with common sense, and it should be for every single Republican that's going to get out and vote for Earl Sears. All right. So it is very sad. So, I mean, there's dad and there's son. How would you like to have your dad? I don't know. Maybe the whole family's racist, guys. I don't know. So maybe they all support it. That's sad if that's the case. But anyway, we're going to see this thing start to crack, I believe. All right. So expose this stuff as much as possible. And that's what we're going to continue to see. So Northern Virginians, all right, they got a lot of money. They're, giving it to their candidate. We have to really get out there and we have to work really hard to overcome them. So Spanberger still leads Earl Sears according to the latest VCU poll, but the lead is narrowing. All right. It's down to a 9-point lead, and depending on which poll you listen to or look at, it's down to as small as a 5-point lead. So going into the election, I think this is going to continue to narrow, and hopefully it gets to the point, because Democrats have to win by a huge margin. We saw with Clinton, they were saying that Clinton had this huge margin. It was nothing like this is a small margin, but they were saying that Clinton held a huge margin lead against President Trump. And of course she lost, right? Pretty well, lost pretty well against Trump. All right. So I am hopeful that she will win. Now, in another race, Senator Ghazala Hashmi holds a 1-point lead over John Reed, while Attorney General Jason Mireles leads former delegate Jay Jones. Now, for Attorney General's contest. Now, Jay Jones was the one that had the very nasty, again, Democrat. He said that he would like to see his I guess the former speaker shooting former House Speaker Todd Gilbert, who he was going up against. So he said that, and not only shooting him, but also his children. So Spanberger, when approached at they were doing I guess a event where they were like debate, televised debate. Earl Sears was like, "Do you sanction Jones for saying that?" And she refused to. So, guys, Democrats have to go away, please, in Virginia. All right, please, my Virginia. All right, like almost like family there in Virginia, because as a Navy SEAL, I was there for a long time. So I really hope that we're going to move in the right direction with this election. She is such a beautiful soul, and I think that she would do unbelievably well for Virginia, and it would be a great thing for America, I think, on a massive scale, to have the first woman Black governor, right? And she would be fantastic, right? All right, so guys, get out there, get the vote. You guys in Virginia, please make this happen. All right. So why it matters, there's many different reasons. The Democrats are not in a good position anymore. They don't need to be anywhere near any kind of a elected position at this point. So we're going to see, I think, the people reject Democrats, but it remains to be seen, unfortunately. All right, so let me read a little bit about Winsome Earl Sears. So I'm going to bring up her site. She should come on my site and talk. So that'd be great. But let's talk about her real quick. Here's her family, beautiful family. Native of Kingston, Jamaica, not Haiti, racist man. All right, immigrated to the United States at the age of 6. She is proud to have served in the United States Marine Corps. In addition to her various, it's like you look at what she's been involved with, and you're like, how in the heck is she not 100 points ahead? Right? It's crazy. It's very sad. In addition to her various appointments, she has served as the vice president of the Virginia State Board of Education and as a presidential appointee to the U.S. Census Bureau, as co-chair of the African American Committee and the Advisory Committee on Women Veterans to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. She was first elected in 2002 to a majority Black House of Delegates district, the first for Republican Virginia since 1865. Goes back then, guys. Black Republicans were making the Republican Party, all right? And then the Democrats came out with the KKK stuff and really ran them back over to the Democrat side and said, you better stay over here if you don't want to get hung and stuff. It's very, very crazy what happened with the Democrats and black guys. She is the first female lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the first black female elected statewide, and the first naturalized female selected to statewide office. She is also the first female veteran to be elected to statewide office. Wow. I mean, just first. And let's see her be the first black governor, please, God. Right? As lieutenant governor, she presides over Senate when they are in legislative session. Cast tie-breaking votes, of course. Lieutenant governor serves in various forms, state government, goes into that. And then it goes in her efforts to hear from as many Virginians as possible. The lieutenant governor has traveled over 28,000 miles across the Commonwealth since coming into office. All right. She's dedicated. She's motivated. She wants to work for Virginians. Please, guys, come on. And often requests a speaker. You saw how well she speaks. She's absolutely incredible. A former program manager for the Hampton Roads Chamber of Commerce and Vista Volunteer. Winsome is a trained electrician and successful businesswoman. However, Winsome is most proud of her community work, leading a men's prison ministry and as director of a women's homeless shelter. She holds a BA in English with a minor in economics and an MA in organizational leadership. Geez, with a concentration in government. She's got it. She's got it all going on. Winsome and her husband, Terrence, have two daughters, Katie and Janelle, in addition to DeJohn and granddaughters, Victoria and Faith, who are now looking into the face of God. All right. So not only is she extremely well-trained and educated, she is a great, woman, a family, got a great family. We need that back in America, guys. So moving in the right direction, I think. So let's see her. I think it will be a huge win for America if she gets elected. I really do. And I pray that she does. All right, New Jersey. Governor's race between Ciccarelli and Sherrill could hinge on enthusiasm, voter turnout, professor says. So I listened to Ciccarelli today. The guy he's on fire. I think he's going to win. I think it's almost like hands down he's going to win in New Jersey. That's going to be fantastic for New Jersey. I lived in New Jersey too. All right. I did courses and so forth in the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. Love New Jersey. I think they would do really well to get a Republican governor there. They need it. Remember, their Democrat governor was probably one of the most atrocious governors during. I remember he came to this guy's gym, had him locked up several times. Came in with law enforcement. They tried to shut his gym down. The guy still opened his gym up. God, what a bad man. I'm surprised that he was reelected, but hopefully we get a Republican in there. I think it's going to happen. All right, so this is the movement. I don't see good hope for the Republicans. So let's pray that we get these Republicans in there and we start making a difference here in America. All right, so don't give up, guys. It's usually these in between, the major races that the Republicans start to fall asleep. But we need to stay motivated. We need to stay on point and continue to win. Right. So we know that the more recent silliness that happened with the No Kings. A lot of people are rejecting that. It was basically a huge loss for Democrats. No one liked it, except for like 1 or 2% of Americans. No one else was involved. And everyone's laughing at that 1 to 2% that actually did those crazy events with all the people in their little costumes running around. God, what a clown show on steroids. Right. So here's a response that's coming back at them.
They've lost culture. Yeah. I've got 3 boys. Calling someone a Democrat is an insult. Mm-hmm. Calling someone a Kamala voter is an insult. This is white, black, Asian, Hispanic. Young men across America are over the BS that they saw at this No Kings rally. Look at the dance. These are huge dorks. They have no power. They are losers. No one wants to hang out with them. They're old 1960s protesters who now are on the side that they used to protest against, right? They don't realize that the world has shifted around them, and they are awkward lunatics. And so their last refuge is violence.
Yeah, it's very sad. And I agree with him. Their last refuge is violence, insults, racism. It's very sad, right? America is and deserves to be much better, right? So we need to elect these people going forward, Republicans, and start to push out. That's a good one, Stu. Fart sacks. that's what they had on, right? Yeah, they probably smelled pretty good. All right, so guys, come on. Let's stop playing games with these people. Let's start to move forward. Let's vote the right people in. Let's support the right people. Let's have the right conversations. Let's push back on all the craziness that's going on from the leftist lunatics. All right, that's not America. We have to stop this. All right, and I think we are. I think a lot of Democrats, God love you guys, that are like turning away from the Democrat Party because your party has gone way overboard. All right. And so, yeah, that's a stunning background, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks, Jesse. It's cool. And having a great time here. So coming in, trying to get some more information out there. Again, thank you guys. Made 100,000 on YouTube. Let's keep growing the numbers. Like the numbers are like blowing up. So you guys are loving it. I'm giving you the good information. We're going to keep it coming. And together, we're going to make America great again. All right. America's already great. We're not going to make it great again. We're just making it greater. Right. And that's as someone that's always looking to, go much further. Perfection, always looking for perfection. And then the next level of perfection, I think America is reaching new levels of perfection. And it's because of us. All right. Let's keep it up. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets with Brad Olson back. And I'm going to read his bio. Haven't read it in a little bit. It's kind of like give him a brief introduction because we've been on so many times. But it's been a little while. So some of you that haven't, on YouTube, I got my YouTube channel back. So some of you guys haven't heard Brad before. So I'm going to go in a little bit of detail about his background. He is a captivating speaker and author of 11 books, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoteric, Future Esoteric, and Beyond Esoteric, and his soon-to-be released Secrets of Antarctica, which we'll be talking about today. He is an award-winning author, book publisher, and conference speaker. And I can tell you, I have been around him in conferences, and his information is over the top. And also, he's been at the Journey to Truth, Contact in the Desert, Alien Event, Conscious Life Expo, and the Mount Shasta Summer Conference, where I spoke with him one time, and he was in a couple conferences actually, where he's basically he comes in, he heads up like we have round table type situation, and he heads it up, and he is the best, absolutely the best when we have these conferences and round tables like that. All right, so he's also The Truth is Out There, Mysteries of the Outdoors. He has traveled to all 7 continents. He's the only person I know that has, including Antarctica by sailboat, Seeking Adventure, and the answers to the mysteries of humankind's past is what Brad does best. And Brad, such an honor to have you back on. Thanks a lot.
Oh, geez, MJ, thanks for that very kind introduction. Always a pleasure to speak with you. And you forgot to say that publishing the 2 Michael Jaco books in print, Intuitive Warrior and Awakening of a Warrior, 2 fantastic books that you wrote.
Yes, and I will always be thankful to you for that, because they had been with other book companies that had basically stolen a lot of my money from publishing. So you basically you breathe more life into them, and we put more pictures in them. Like we were talking about before the show, how you are an expert at putting visual aids into books. And this is also in your new book here we're going to talk about. But you did it in my, The Waking of a Warrior. That was just fantastic. They told me before that it's like, no, we can't put those pictures in there. I was like, okay. But you came in and just like flooded it with incredible information. So it's quite a great experience being with you on many different levels.
And maps too, which I'm a cartographer myself, and Awakening of a Warrior, every chapter had a map, because you speak about these locations so eloquently in such detail. I thought people got to know this area you're talking about and all these sites. So yeah, I'm big on maps. Of course, they're in my new book, Secrets of Antarctica, and some never before seen in the Western world maps of the Nazi U-boat routes under the ice in Antarctica. This is really breaking some new grounds here with the smoking gun that the U-boats had made it well deep under the ice in Antarctica.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand or realize how advanced the technology is in the U-boats, even all the way back to World War II. It was quite a war, the U-boat war, and they were exceptional. Good captains of boats. They did absolutely amazing stuff. And I was able to, when I was at the Naval Academy, talk to one of the top U-boat captains in World War II, and he gave a speech, and I talked to him personally. The technology on these boats, and I've heard this from a lot of guys over the years, is what they could share with me. And they were kind of like, don't share this. And, at this point it's all out, but I can tell you, I was stunned. So yeah, even back then they were definitely doing some crazy stuff.
And the submarines are very similar to flying discs that can go into inner atmosphere. And I got this from David Hatcher Childress, that in our own secret space programs, they recruit out of the submarine corps, and they're looking for orphans or guys that don't have a family that are willing to go off planet. So this all kind of ties in. All roads lead to Antarctica, as I say on the back cover of my new book, but of course no roads lead there, but all things disclosure related, I think, are going to come out of Antarctica.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you've gone deep down the rabbit hole as usual, and always appreciate that. So where we talked about before the show that we'd like to go and focus on the Nazi aspect. There are so many different aspects that we could go down, and I love this cover. This cover is just incredible. It just really grabs your attention, and then the back cover where you basically just go into all kinds of different crazy rabbit holes. Oh my God. All the ones that I love to be down. Of course, I've ordered the book, and I highly encourage everybody to order the book. It's on Amazon. Is it on CCC Publishing too?
Not yet, just because I don't have physical copies yet, but it's going to the printer by Halloween. So we hope to get your endorsement in there on page 1. And
oh wow, thanks.
I was going to give you a physical copy next time I see you, but thanks for ordering one. That always helps.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so the Nazis down in Antarctica. Now on the Amazon page was an interesting, looks like an article from 1941, where they even talked about how the Nazis were down in Antarctica and how the British Air Force or something came in and bombed them.
Yeah, that was Operation Tamerlane, and they had set up spying stations on the Palmer Peninsula. And that happens to be the area of Antarctica that I went to via sailboat. In fact, I went to 2 of the old British bases, which was Port Lockroy, and there was a building with the Vernansky base, which had once been a British base. And they were spy stations on the Nazis. Yeah, there's the Lowell, Massachusetts newspaper, Nazi bases in Antarctica. You can even see part of the story that ran. So this is 1941, Michael. So we already knew they were down there, and so did the Brits, so did the Russians, that they were just sending ship after ship, submarine after submarine. The ship that gets most of the attention is the initial voyage of the USS Schwabenland. And that one certainly was bringing down personnel, supplies, a plane that could land in the lakes that never freeze. They're called Antarctic oases, and there are several down there. But the Schwabenland area, the new Schwabenland area claimed by the Germans, has this huge ice-free zone called the Schumacher Ponds. And I have pictures of that in Google Earth and on the Nazi maps themselves. So they're going down there since before the war even began. A lot of people don't even know that Admiral Byrd went to brief the Nazis in 1938 on Antarctica. And they even asked him to go on the Schwabenland trip, but he declined. His son joined him on Operation High Jump. This is the very first summer after World War II. They couldn't waste any time to put together an armada, which one press release Admiral Byrd gave before going down there was, it's a mission that is military in nature. Okay. Not exploration, not to photograph, which they did, but they're going down with an invasion force. And we could do another show on Operation High Jump because there is just so much to it. But I'll tell you, the Nazis were not only setting up shop in Antarctica in more than one location. There was Point 211, also called Base 211, which is a location on the German topography maps in a section called 211. So I know where that is, and I've pinpointed where they put that base. But the bigger one was called the New Berlin base, and that is the one that's under the ice, which the submarine maps have the route and the chart to get to. Wow.
And I mean, I've been reading the book, so it's pretty exciting. I'll share a little bit of it in a little bit, but you talk about how this is possibly going back. Perry Rees basically had maps, and I've looked at this stuff for decades. The Perry Rees maps, and it shows Antarctica without ice. So at one point, someone saw it without ice because they've done, the topography scans where they, push through the ice, which is unbelievably thick, like 13,000 feet thick. How did that happen? That's crazy. Yeah. 2.5 and they have hardly any rain now. So some places haven't had rain in like 1 million years. You point out in your book. God, wow. Yeah. So valleys. Yeah. So yeah, they more recently they were able to scan down and see the topography, and Perry Rees maps were accurate. It's like, wow. And they were written, what was about 1400, 1500, somewhere around there?
1513. Just 21 years after Columbus's voyage to the New World, which, by the way, till his dying day, he thought he found the islands off of India, like Maldives and Sri Lanka. That's why our Native Americans are misidentified as Indians and by the West Indies of the Caribbean are also misidentified. So Columbus was lost. He didn't even know he found the New World. It wasn't until the Westmuller map, also about 20 years after Columbus, that Vespucci Americo wrote his name on one of the maps. He helped build the map. He was an explorer, and that's where we got the name America. And it's way down in southern Patagonia, the very first reference of the word America.
Yeah. So they think that, Columbus, and he had insights into ancient maps. And he used those ancient maps, kind of like the Perry Rees maps, perhaps, because Perry Rees didn't do that work. He got ancient maps as well and put all this together. So this is something that is interesting, and you point all this out, and how at some point Antarctica was obviously without ice, and it was very fertile, and there's pyramids there, and ancient cities, and just underground lakes. There's like 500 and something underground lakes, and the fish are just prolific down there. God, what incredible.
With flowing rivers that go out to the sea as well. Wow. Because I have to point out, as I do in my conference presentation on Antarctica, that Antarctica has the most amount of geothermal features of any continent of the world. 14 known active volcanoes.
Wow.
And over 100 known geothermal vents. So you have the propensity for these very large under ice domes to be formed from the steam and the heat. And therefore these lakes never freeze down there and they continue to flow, just like the Schumacher Ponds. We went to one of the hot springs. It was even written up in the Lonely Planet book. Believe it or not, there's a 256-page Lonely Planet book just for Antarctica. And when we got to Deception Island, it said there's a hot spring there. So when I went ashore with Emily Infinity and Luke Dogg, the two other Americans I was with, we got there, and had the tide been going out, we could have just stripped down and taken a hot spring. But the tide was coming in, so the water was mixing and getting colder. But we walked around with our shoes off and certainly felt the warm water. So there's a lot of volcanic features down there, and that lends a lot of credibility to the Germans setting up a base there, because with geothermal power, you can create a power plant, and you can use it for bathing or for fresh water and so many other things when you have warm water like that in a freezing continent. So some of those under ice domes, Michael, they could be habitable year round, unlike the surface, which is just terribly cold and windy and inhospitable.
Well, what better way to hide? You can go underground. We've talked about, domes for years, and that was I think down there they have the ultimate dome, and it's natural, and there's big enough to have massive cities under there if they wanted them, which maybe they do. But it's also, as you found out, highly regulated. You can't go in certain areas. It's blocked off, and they'll come show up with like ships and all kind of crazy stuff to make you go back, and they'll come out of nowhere. That's wild.
There was a story about 20 years ago of these two Olympic athletes who wanted to cross country across Antarctica, and they just started striking out, and they must have veered off their course, because everything, you have to tell them where you're going. So when we went down in a sailboat, we had to tell them everywhere we're going. Not that there's anybody watching you or spying, but these two women, they're just kind of cross countrying along. It's probably their third week or so. And all of a sudden, your comrades, the Navy SEALs, come down and just land right in front of them and say, well, girls, you're not going any further. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We want to finish our trip. Sorry, you can't. And they made them get on board the helicopter and leave with them. So there are definitely some areas that are very highly sensitive. There are definitely no-fly zone areas, one of which I found out when I was down there is over the South Polar region on one side of it. And in some of the maps that I have in the book, you not only see Admiral Byrd's very first flight. He was the first aviator to fly over the South Pole in 1929. But he gets to the South Pole, and then he goes off about 50 miles in a triangular direction, right exactly where the no-fly zone is today. And so I have other maps more recent maps of the South Pole Research Station there, where it says that you can fly at 30,000 foot elevation, but you can't fly low. Well, whoever flies over 30,000 feet, there are no intercontinental or cross-continental ocean trips from, say, South America to South Africa or to New Zealand. There's just not. But there are planes that land, even tourist planes that land at the South Pole, and you absolutely cannot fly over this area. Well, Linda Moulton Howe has a whistleblower named Brian S. And I talked to Brian S. for about an hour a couple months ago when I was working on this book. Great guy. Maybe we can get him on the show too.
Oh, my God, that'd be amazing. Heck yeah.
Yeah. I'll hook you up with that.
Seal brother. Absolutely.
Yeah, Seal brother. So he was there for 20 some years. I mean, this guy knows the continent very well. And there was an emergency evacuation out of the South Pole Station. and they had to. Well, their flight plan was to go around the no-fly zone, but the guy was in a world of hurt. They had to get him out of there immediately. So they defied the no-fly zone. They flew over it, and that's when he saw the massive hole in the ice. But he saw not only the hole in the ice, Michael, but there were cat tracks and snowmobile tracks heading from South Pole Station through the area, which these maps that say you can't fly over it also say you cannot travel in this area. And it's supposed to be an air sampling station. He said there was no air sampling station, but the cat tracks and the snowmobile tracks led to the hole. And get this, they corkscrewed down to the hole. So there's even a road entrance down into it. So that just blew me away. And
definitely a SEAL
he's
brother.
a great guy.
Good.
And he had many other incredible stories. Seeing UFOs.
Lyndon Moulton Howe had a really good show about all that and what she discovered from him. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really great. He's a very down to earth guy.
Yeah.
And he was part of that pickup crew of the missing scientists. That's an amazing story in and of itself. That was out on Marie Byrd Land on the Rockefeller Plateau. And there's Rockefeller Plateau. There's also an Rothschild Island on the Palmer Peninsula that I got.
There is.
Of course there is. So these scientists, they're there, and he dropped them off. They set up camp. You never can really leave your camp for too long because the conditions are so harsh. So they go off radar, or they go off radio silence for a couple of days. They can't reach them. So Brian S. flies out there. He sees there's no one in camp. They're like, what the hell? These guys they went off. They go back to McMurdo base. And then a couple of days later, they get the emergency call. We're here. We're live. Come and get us. They go back there and they are stone-faced, like they've all seen ghosts. But they get on the big cargo plane to fly back to McMurdo, where they're put in quarantine and questioned. But they wouldn't say a word to Brian S. Even went up to one of them, put his hand on his leg and say, what happened to you guys? You know, we were worried about you. We came out here looking for you. They wouldn't say a word. Just white as a ghost.
They must have been read the Riot Act. You will not talk. You will not talk.
Or they got into one of these underground bases and then read the Riot Act.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Yeah.
And just like Buzz Aldrin, second man to walk on the moon, he's down there in 2017, and he puts out this cryptic tweet with a picture of the Antarctica pyramid. And he says, I've seen the face of evil. We are all in danger. And then the tweet came down, and then he gets medevaced out of there. But they got him out of there in time to get medical treatment.
Incredible. Now, on your trip, you talk about it a little bit in the book where you went to this ancient site. And tell us a little bit about that.
You mean in Antarctica or in South America before we
Antarctica. Was it Antarctica that you were talking about where you went out where there was abandoned site? It was old.
Yeah, it wasn't ancient though. It was just one of
ancient,
the Operation Tamerlan spy stations of the Brits.
There you go.
But it was totally, it had been unused for about 50, 60 years. So you walk in there and it's like a journey back in time. There's still canned food on the shelves and all the radar and spy equipment. That was pretty
like
wild.
A museum. Yeah, that's cool.
But they don't even lock the door because nobody goes down there.
That's insane. Yeah. So under the ice, obviously, the Nazis were down there, and they were developing. Either they were given, which a lot of us believe, ET technology, or they found it and back engineered it. What are your thoughts?
Well, they had recovered a UFO in the Black Forest in 1933 that the German scientists were already starting to backward engineer. And then a couple years later, in the Lombardy region of Italy, a nearly intact craft was acquired, and Mussolini lends it out to the German scientists. Not only that, but ever since the end of World War I, there were these
Mm-hmm.
women in the Vril Society, Maria Orsic and Sigril Segrin, and they had their hair real long to help them with their telepathic abilities. And they too were finding that they were getting these telepathic messages that were so clear that they were able to just dictate the schematics to scientists. And the famous disc-shaped scientist named Victor Schauenberger, he said, this is actionable intelligence. We can work with this stuff that came out of the Vril women. So this is in the 1920s, and then the 1930s, they get these two crafts. They were already working on prototypes before World War II even started. And a couple times during World War II, there were sites of these craft, one of which in the Battle of Kursk, the largest tank battle in history outside of Moscow in 1943. It wasn't in a combat position, but it was more of an observation a little bit far off. They did not want it to get shot down and lose it. But at the time, the Russians didn't know if it was Germans. The Germans didn't know if it was Russian. Neither one of them knew that they weren't extraterrestrial, but a lot of reports of seeing this, but turns out they were German. And at the end of World War II, all of these scientists were gone. You know, we're trying to get them for Project Paperclip to come over here and start all our programs. They're up and gone. If they weren't gone, they had a bullet in the back of their head. So when it was all going down, and ever since the Battle of Kursk, High Command, they knew the war was going to be lost. So they had about 2 years to get everything out. That is all the high technology they wanted to keep, all the treasure. You know, there are metric tons of gold that were confiscated by the Nazis in World War II that have never been accounted for, including some priceless artifacts like the Spear of Destiny, which is a whole long story about that. But
so Indiana Jones type stuff, yeah.
Oh man, it was. And so this stuff just goes missing, presumably taken down to Antarctica, where in 1943, Admiral Dolence, who was the head of the U-boat fleet, he said, we have created in one of the farthest corners of the world an impregnable fortress for the Fuhrer. So they knew going under the ice, you can't be seen by satellite, nowadays drones, or flyovers by plane. It, like you said, is the ultimate dumb. And it was already there, ready to go. You mentioned, where did they get the technology to get in there? Well, they did. They were incredibly adept at creating underground bases. In fact, several of those scientists came over and got our deep underground military bases going. They were Project Paperclip Nazis as well, but they were doing it in Antarctica. But there was also, I found several data points that they were given an old defunct reptilian base, also in New Schwabenland. So their mission to base 211 was to repopulate this old base and then retrofit it for their use, which I think they did. And they might even still be down there.
Yeah, I would say so. Man, we could go so many different directions, but I'm trying to like timeline it a little bit. So the Nazis knew they were going to lose in Germany, but they were just going to spread everywhere else. Now we did an excellent show, and it blew me wide open as far as like, you know, the Bush family connection to the Nazis. You outlined all that, their departure from Germany, probably from the U-boats through the Swiss, little rat lines and so forth. And that got them into Argentina. Now they'd been in Argentina since the 1930s. And I did a show, individually just recently about that. I went into that. The Perones basically did Operation Paperclip on their own. So we had Operation Paperclip going into the United States, and we had Operation Paperclip going into Argentina. And we can talk a little bit further into the show about how that's working into Milei and President Trump basically helping him out to, I think, destroy the Nazi influence there in Argentina. But all kind of Bavarian villages, which you outlined in a show that we did earlier, and I went into that. It's unbelievable. So they're obviously leaving and setting up and getting ready to, push their influence in other areas. So down in Antarctica, I think they obviously stayed there and developed their technology to a certain level. Do you think you said they're still there?
Yeah. So get this, about 2.5 years ago at the McMurdo base in the middle of winter, when there's only 1,000 people on skeleton crew at all the bases that remain open year round on the entire continent, about 100 German speaking, mostly men, but some women, came into McMurdo and just said, we got to get out of here. We got to go. This was right at the time. And I know you have Gene Decode on your show, and he talks about them taking out the Dumbs, that there were these huge earthquakes on the Palmer Peninsula on the direct route to South America, which Gene Decode says they were taking out the German bases, but also the maglev tubes to escape. So they're cutting them off.
The earthquakes at the 10K level. Yeah.
Your big ones. Yeah. 10 kilometers below the
when
surface.
You see it at that level, that's usually an indicator they're taking out Dumbs, or they're, like you're talking, maglev, tubes and so forth.
So right around that time, Linda Moulton Howe, as well as Michael Sala, were getting intel that all these Germans were showing up at McMurdo just a week or two after those big earthquakes. So they're probably feeling, hey, we're trapped. We better get out of here.
Desperate, yeah.
And then they flew them out. But that was pretty weird that they would just show up in the middle of winter. And they didn't tell them where they were coming from and stuff, or how they got there. I mean, they're probably just traveling on the cat tracks. That's the main way of transporting over the polar plateau. Just like you see at ski resorts, the way they plow the ski runs, they use those big cat tracks down there as well. But the other thing in South America, so 7 years ago, almost exactly to the month, I was heading down to South America before my trip to Antarctica. And one of the things I was doing down there was looking into all these reported locations where the Germans set up shop. And they call them micronations. This is what John Lear, the late John Lear, he and I had many discussions on the subject. He's since passed away. But I quote him in my book, and also in Beyond Esoteric, which I have a lot of this information too, that these micronations were set up by the Germans pre-World War II, during World War II. Perón, the president of Argentina, was incredibly corrupt. He was on the payroll. And then when he then had a successor, then they deposed Allende in Chile and put in Pinochet, who was just as bad as Perón. So they always had a fascist government in South America they could go to. So when I got down to Bariloche.
So I've had on James Files, who was the, one of the assassin group, that he was one of the guys, he shot behind the picket fence and hit Kennedy. So he's former military, and he was basically, contracted and brought in by former President Bush, H.W. Bush, like we've talked about. And he talked about on one of my shows how Pinochet and Peru or those guys down there were basically part of the CIA plan. So the CIA and the Nazi influence is very strong as well.
Very, very strong. And so the CIA, boy, we could go into this, and of course, you know a lot about that, but how they started out the OSS during World War II, and then in 1947 got created by paperclip Nazis, part of the mix of putting together this force. And then the CIA, they start to become beholden to the globalists. So they become the enforcement arm of the globalists. But all the while, they're protecting their own of these rat line escaped Nazis, which I think is the Fourth Reich. They set up another network down there, an intelligence network. Joseph Farrell, the author, calls it Nazi International and coined the term the Fourth Reich. So they were basically setting up these micronations that John Lear was telling me about. And even a place like Area 51 or the Nellis base in Nevada, not too far away from us, is a micronation, that you have to sign papers and take an oath, and you basically that they don't have to report to Congress, and they're outside the jurisdiction of our normal law. Same thing down in South America, in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. I found locations of these massive land holdings of the Germans.
Wow.
And so they could be moving their technology, their personnel, and all their loot down there from 1943 on. It wasn't just to Antarctica, but Antarctica was certainly one of their colonies that was linked into these micronations.
Well, the Germans were coming there in Argentina in the 30s, early 30s. Do you think that that was their backup plan if everything went wrong, or they were just expanding all the way back then?
Well, they knew that the governments were pretty much corrupted and could be paid off, at least the ones they wanted to work with. And
because
so,
they even tried to get the Mexican government to come across the border and hit the United States. So obviously they had a big influence down there.
A very big influence. There was a joke I heard when I was in Argentina, because Argentina and Chile, they've basically wiped out all of their indigenous people. And they're kind of having an existential crisis. Who are we as Argentinians? And they're mostly Southern European children of immigrants, much as we are, but they're more Italian or Greeks or Spanish. So the joke is, we're Italians who speak Spanish and wish we were as rich as the Germans, because down in South America, the Germans have all the money, and they still do to this day. And so we went to some of those enclaves. The most notable one is called La Falda. It's just outside of Cordoba, the second largest city in Argentina. And there is a whole town there, where I've been to Germany many times. It's like you're just walking into a German town in La Falda. And there's the big famous Eden Hotel there, where there are pictures of Hitler having dinner with the Eichhorns, who own the hotel. So I took the tour. And at the end of the tour, Michael, the guy spoke pretty good English. And I said, well, do you really think Hitler survived the war? And he goes, I don't have to think it. I know it. I said, well, how do you know it? He goes, right here in La Falda, there's an elderly woman who is a teenager in the mid 1940s. And she was working at the Eden Hotel when Hitler and Eva Braun and their dog Blondie even came off a U-boat and stayed there for a while. And of course, they had their SS guard the whole time. A lot of people don't understand. The Third Reich, as a political party, never surrendered after World War II, nor did the SS.
They didn't lose.
Praetorian Guards. I mean, they
didn't lose. Yeah, good.
They never gave up. So they started the Fourth Reich in South America and Argentina, and then there were pockets of them in other countries too. Wow,
this is fantastic. Now, to solidify themselves in the Fourth Reich, we have Admiral Byrd. Right, there's on your 28th page. Do you mind if I share the screen on that?
Go ahead. This is a first time ever showing the contents of the book. But yeah, for you, Michael, let's do it.
All right, awesome. So here's the Operation High Jump and South Pole cover-ups. So you go into it here, early 1947. The next expedition of legendary American polar explorer Richard Byrd approached the shores of Antarctica on a very strange expedition. Unlike the first three, it was fully funded by the U.S. Navy and had the military name Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd, a 33-degree Freemason, I didn't know that, led the expedition of 30 ships and 4,700 militarized soldiers. That's interesting, militarized. The mission had 3 task forces that were sent out in different directions and was to last 6 to 8 months. But the fleet started back in just 8 weeks. So that is very, having been part of many operations in the past, that's highly unusual to, in the middle of operation, for you to basically just go back. So something happened.
Something major happened. Yeah. And it was a rout. Did you know that Operation High Jump is still classified to this day? You can't even do a Freedom of Information to find out. So something went down, And when Byrd was on his way back to the U.S. after the 2-month expedition was called short, he did an interview with an American journalist, and it ran in El Mercurio newspaper. It never ran in the West. It was supposed to, but the Chileans ran the story. And in it, he said that he didn't want to scare anyone, but we have to be used to the idea that there was an enemy that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. This is in 1947.
Wow.
I don't even know there's a plane today that could fly to pole at incredible speeds, at least not that we're being told about.
Yeah. There's my tech stuff out there, but that's pushing the envelope, obviously. Yeah. So, they talk about, I guess he wrote about it in his diary within a year after that.
Yeah. And not only that, but his son published a diary after he died. And his son was actually on high jump with his father. So he saw it all. He knew it all. And when they got back, James Forrestal was a good friend of Admiral Byrd. They're both Navy guys. And James Forrestal was the very first Secretary of Defense. He knew everything that Byrd saw. And he started stalking the hallways of the Pentagon, saying the Nazis are in Antarctica. They've got UFOs. We're all in danger. Basically what Byrd said in that El Mercurio newspaper transcripts.
Yeah.
But what he says was that Operation Deep Freeze, they struck a deal with the Nazis because keep in mind that there was a big UFO overfly of the Capitol in 1952. So Byrd would have known where those UFOs came from that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. Those were Antarctica UFOs. It happened again 4 days later in DC, and they didn't even send up planes to intercept them. So I've got those newspaper headlines in my book. And then so Byrd gets assigned to go back down there for deep freeze. And according to Captain Mark Richards in this military document, that the assignment was the Germans, they didn't want to fight a war. They didn't want to have to do high jump again. So they had decided, we'll give you one of our craft. You guys can backward engineer it. And they landed it on a secret ship, and it hightailed it back. And so Byrd eventually came back too. Then he gets on the Longines Watch show shortly after Operation Deep Freeze. And he also speaks in very coded words. He says that there is a land beyond the pole. Okay, well, there is nothing beyond the pole. It is just the polar plateau for hundreds of miles in all directions, what we're told. But he says in his diary, too, that he saw the land beyond the pole. And so it just begs the question, what is that land beyond the pole? And so shortly after the Longines interview, Admiral Byrd dies in his sleep at the age of 68. Heart attack gun, CIA, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
So then get this. Then his son, who's been holding on to this information and then acquires the diary, publishes it. Then he is invited to go down to Washington, D.C. from Boston. And he takes a train and he's going to give the keynote speech. They're honoring Admiral Byrd. He never shows up. Not only does he never show up, here's a patrician family that has never had to worry about food, but he winds up in an old Baltimore warehouse, basically frozen solid. He never gave that talk. So they tried to shut him up. I think it was a botched attempt to quiet Richard Byrd Jr., his son, who also died at 68. And so it like with James Forrestal, when they have this kind of knowledge about what's really going on down in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's crazy. So then there's been lots of UFO sightings since then, possible ET, ancient ET cities. They're either covered up with the ice or they're underground, like we've described. So do you think there were Draco reptilian or mixed ET what do you think is what kind of ETs you think were in Antarctica or still are?
Yeah, probably the whole gamut,
Mm.
because it's a big, big continent. There's a lot of areas that could be inhabited. The Draco reptilians certainly had more than one location. And they gave one of those defunct bases to the Nazis. There are the tall white Nordic aliens who look very human-like, but taller and bigger eyes. And there is the domain of the Ariani, which is this area that Admiral Byrd describes in his diary, that when he flies down into this hole in the ice that he saw in 1929, he knew exactly where it was. He knew where to come back to it. And when he goes down into it, he's met with 2 UFOs that come wingtip to wingtip, that they were called Flugerods, but there's no such word as Flugerod in the German language. Yet these pilots come over his radio and say, don't worry, Admiral Byrd, you're in good hands. We'll be landing in a few minutes at the domain, and with a German accent. And they get out, and there are these 2 real tall, blonde-haired guys, and they escort him into a city where he is met by the master. And the city is some futuristic area. Mind you, this is not necessarily under the earth or in inner earth, just under the ice, under the 2.5 miles of polar plateau ice where this hole is near the South Pole. So he flies in, he lands, he meets with the master, who warns them about nuclear bombs. And you hear this a lot with contactees in post-World War II, that all the aliens are really concerned with is that we have discovered the nuclear bomb. And so is the master. And he says, you're a very esteemed person, Admiral, on the surface world. And Admiral Byrd took pause to that. And he goes, yes, you're in the domain of the Ariani. And we want you to take this message back and tell your fellow commanders at the Pentagon not to play with matches. Don't use these nuclear bombs. It's going to end up bad for everybody. So he says, yeah, of course I will. And Michael, this is at the very beginning of Operation High Jump. And he is then escorted back out by the same 2 Flugelrods and the tall Germanic guys. And the last thing they send to him is Auf Wiedersehen, which is goodbye in German. And then he gets control of the plane. And there are definitely 3 hours of missing time when Byrd went on this very early flight during Operation High Jump. It's even in the records of the operations of Operation High Jump that Byrd was going to make this flight. And there are 3 hours of missing time. So he comes back on the radio. The men must have been delighted. He's a very well-loved military man.
Yeah.
He gets back to Little America, but as a military officer, he is under orders to carry out High Jump. And then they're confronted with these UFOs that come up out of the water a couple weeks later. And so that's the Battle of High Jump, which was very one-sided. And the U.S. government did not ever want this to get out, that we got routed by Antarctica Germans in 1947. And it's still why it's classified to this day.
Wow. And I think at some point, we both are, in connection or with Laura Eisenhower.
Yep.
Of course, this was during Eisenhower's administration. So Valiant Thor from Venus, right? So, we've done shows together at Mount Shasta. So those guys talked about Valiant Thor, and they actually had contact with Venusians, and very, very convincing contact. And I've read some of the books about this. They're extremely convincing. It's like, yeah, this definitely was going on. So do you think that Valiant Thor and the Venusians, they came in and basically kind of settled down the situation so it didn't get out of hand, maybe?
Well, of course, Valiant Thor shows up at the Pentagon.
Right.
Remember the Frank Strange's book, Stranger in the Pentagon, in the early 1950s. He shows up, and he too is saying, hey, temper the nuclear response. Don't do it. aliens, including the Pleiadians, all the benevolent ETs have always said, we're not comfortable with you guys having nuclear bombs. Get rid of them, and then we'll share technology with you. But like the Germans, the Americans were just so intoxicated with the ability to get advanced technology from the reptilians, they turned to the dark side. And in America, that's the Greada Treaty. And I've had long conversations with Laura on this because, of course, her great-grandfather reissued the Greada Treaty, but he didn't start it. It actually goes all the way back to 1933 aboard an aircraft carrier in Panama. So actually FDR started the Greada Treaty, and then it went all the way through his administration. It's renewed every 10 years. So then in 43, and then Truman was president with the flyover of DC in 52, when then Eisenhower then gets elected. You know, Eisenhower wanted to find out what was going on in Area 51 during his administration. In the 1950s, they were already keeping him from it. And he threatened to rally the First Army out of Colorado to take it militarily if they didn't let him in. So this is how deep the secrets go and how far back they go, because they didn't even want to tell Eisenhower what they knew was going on or what kind of technology they were testing in Area 51.
So, Jordan Maxwell said that Thor, somebody said this in the chat, Thor went to visit him and claimed that he was fake, and the person playing Val Thor admitted it. So we know that there's always disinformation that goes on. My feel is Valiant Thor was a real deal. And then the bad guys don't want it to everybody to think there's somebody that's going to help them. Right. So, and that's part of the things that happen. So, I like Jordan Maxwell, but you know, maybe he was fooled. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, I knew Jordan Maxwell as well. Spoke at his award ceremony. I was the MC to give him his Lifetime Achievement Award. And
nice.
I can only speak the highest praises for the man. He's one of my mentors in many ways, as far as learning all these esoteric subjects. So what he felt about Val Thor, I know he certainly knew that we were in contact with both malevolent ETs and benevolent ones, and whether he thought that Val Thor may have been tricking us or had been from somewhere else, but very much a human-looking ET. There's pictures of him, you wouldn't be able to distinguish him, but he was highly telepathic, and he was there with his brother and another Venusian. These famous pictures of them at a news briefing, and they too were very much, hey, we want to help you guys out. We'll help you with technology, but you got to get rid of the nuclear bombs. You can't do this doomsday stuff. The planet's too valuable to risk with you guys playing with matches here.
Yeah, and he's described as indescribably handsome, and then the women that were with him, the same. I mean, there's pictures of him out there, black and white color, of course, but you know, you can. It's all about, you know, your own determination about all of this stuff. You can believe or not believe. It's just information we're putting out there. We're really going off down a rabbit hole on a lot of this stuff, but this information to guys like us, it's, you know, because I talk about you know, super soldier stuff and my memories of it, and we've been at conferences where again we had a large group of people that were talking about it, and we're all coming to the same, even though we're completely independent, never have talked together before, we didn't know each other, we're having the same information coming through. So you got to start to ask yourself, there's probably something to this, right? So,
yeah, there definitely is something to this. It's the greatest secret that's ever been kept. And as I say in the book, it's Antarctica could very well play a pivotal role in meaningful disclosure coming out in the world. So if you just fast forward to today, some parts of Antarctica are melting very rapidly. And there are 3 massive motherships down there. I've identified 2 of them in the book that I can say quite confidently are two of the 3 motherships, which were nicknamed by our intelligence agencies way back in the 1970s, Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. And one of them happens to be in New Schwabenland. So as the ice retreats in certain areas, paradoxically, though, it is expanding and raising the level of the polar plateau in other regions. So Mother Nature, in her infinite wisdom, is keeping the balancing act so that the ocean levels don't rise. Because if that sheet of the polar plateau were to slip off of the continent into the ocean, it'd be like pouring a bunch of ice cubes into an already full glass. Of course, it would overflow and then flood our coastal cities. But so there are areas that are warming up, and the ice levels dropping, exposing some of these craft. So that's part of the disclosure. But then also these under ice bases and the scanning sonar. You know, we've heard so much about what they've done on the Giza Plateau, scanning there and then finding these levels and chambers that go on and on and on. They're doing the same thing in Antarctica and finding the same results.
Really?
It's like
Wow.
Swiss cheese down there. Yeah. And finding that there's whole environments that haven't been seen before, and animals, as you said, fish and other species that are presumed to live in this environment. So it is really like an alien planet down there.
Yeah, incredible. So yeah, it's there's lots of mysteries down there, and you're disclosing them, incredibly in this book. So what else would you what else would you like to cover in the last few minutes that we have together?
Well, we should do another follow-up interview and go into the details of Operation High Jump and then these maps that I'm reproducing in Secrets of Antarctica. But that book will be out at the end of the year. So why don't we kind of time it for that? But the other thing
we could do one. I don't want to wait that long.
Okay.
I want to do another show right now, but maybe in November we'll do one, and then December we'll do another one. Because you're talking, because I love your information on giants, and you have Patagonia giants in this one, right?
There is.
Tease us a little bit with that.
Tease you a little bit with that. So
yeah,
as I mentioned, there are no indigenous people in Chile and Argentina anymore. Only 1% have survived, including the Fueguean Indians, is what the Patagonian giants were called, and they were these remarkably tall men and women that lived in one of the most inhospitable regions where humans lived, and that is the southern tip of South America. And they were only just like a fur tunic, very minimal clothing in such a cold climate. I was there in the middle of summer and we were wearing our winter clothes every day, and it's really frigid down there, especially in Terra del Fuego, where these Fueguean Indians lived. And they would light these big bonfires at night. And when the mariners were passing through the Magellan Straits that separate Patagonia and Terra del Fuego, they would see the giants dancing around the fires at night and must have been rather freaked out. That's how it got the name Terra del Fuego, the land of fire, from the giants lighting these fires. I thought I'd be seeing volcanoes and stuff down there, but that's
I know, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. That's a
so
good
the
story.
Other thing I'll just end on that I wanted to bring up when we were talking about the Nazis in South America, not too far away from La Falda, and they're called the Cordoba Sierra mountain range. It's a sub-mountain range in the middle of Argentina. Hardly anybody knows about it. Everybody thinks of the Andes Mountains, and they're the second tallest mountain range in the world. But the Cordoba Sierras are kind of like these foothills in the middle of Argentina, and that's where La Falda is, and these this German village. It's not a micronation because you can just go in there. The micronations are very well sealed, barbed wire fence. You can only go in by appointment. But not far away is this mountain that we read about in The Lonely Planet. So Emily Infinity and I, my girlfriend at the time, she was traveling with me all the way down to Antarctica and back. We're like, hey, let's go do a night watch, see if we see any UFOs there. So I bought a Ford Excursion, and we were camping out in the back, and we were watching the mountain all night. We didn't see anything. But when I get back, I talked to my friend David Hatcher Childress. He was one of the stars on Ancient Aliens. I said, yeah, David, we went to the Monte Cerrillo mountain on a night watch looking for UFOs, because the Lonely Planet even, and the Lonely Planet's kind of the mainstream media of travel guides. If it's in Lonely Planet, then it's kind of the CNN of travel literature. And in the Lonely Planet book, David, I'm telling him, they talked about people getting abducted from this little town that we went to, and there were burn marks in the grass where these craft landed. He goes, Brad, those weren't alien UFOs. There's a German dumb military base in the mountain there. That's where they were testing in South America their UFOs. He goes, do you really think an alien craft would be seen with rivets in it or would leave burn marks in the grass? The real alien craft don't do any of that stuff. And so this is where they were testing. Yeah, part of the reason why they had it to get Perón to give him permission to set up shop in Argentina.
Wow. And do you think that the this takedown of the Nazi system in Argentina is going to like have a domino effect throughout South America? Maybe.
Well, I sure hope so, because they have gotten away with these dictators who have held an iron grip on many of the countries in South America for so long, and basically allowed Hitler to live out his natural life down there, and Martin Bormann and many others. In fact, we're also looking in the Lonely Planet, going through this big high elevation mining town in Bolivia called Aurora. And what is there to do here? And we're looking through the book. It says, oh, Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Lyon, one of the guys who rounded up people for the concentration camps in France. Yeah, he escaped and he lived out his natural life here. He just changed his name, but there's a little hut behind a sawmill where Klaus Barbie lived out the rest of his life. So there's just all kind of stories about the Nazis. In fact, when we were down there, they found this basement. I think it was in Buenos Aires, but a treasure trove of Third Reich armaments and ribbons, awards, helmets, all kinds of stuff worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on if you were to trade it. So there's still a lot of sediment down there for the Third Reich, aka the Fourth Reich.
Yeah. And the I guess there's a lot of like I think the Norwegian one prince or king or whatever married someone from Argentina not too long ago, and her background is basically part of the Nazi German DNA. So yeah, they're spreading it all over the world. So it's
one big happy family.
Yeah. Oh yeah, crazy. So so people can find you Brad Olsen with an E, SENOLSEN, Brad Olsen.com. That's where you have your main site.
Yeah, that's about me and the projects I'm working on and my upcoming conferences. And then CCC Publishing, where you can get Michael Jaco's books, Brad Olsen's books, and a whole bunch more. And I've got a YouTube. You got your channel back, and that's encouraging, Michael, because
it really is, right?
I was not going to post videos on there for fear of losing it, but you and Laura got hers back, and a lot of other
really?
people.
I didn't know that. Good. Yeah. Good for her. A lot of people are. Good.
So maybe I will start posting videos. But one of our interviews from a couple months ago, Michael, I put it on YouTube, and they took it down right away.
Really?
So, yeah. I think we mentioned the V word.
Oh, okay.
And that is verboten.
Still. But I mention it all the time now. For the savings pre-order price guarantee, what is it going to go up to, you think?
Well, it's $24.95, so that is the cover price if you want to pre-order it now, and those will ship at the end of December. And this book is going to the printer in just a matter of weeks, so no
Nice.
later than Halloween. We've already got our print schedule, so it's definitely in the pipeline. It's finished. I'm just finishing up the index, and it will soon be available as well as in ebook form.
Yeah, you know what I like to do someday, Brad, and hopefully it won't be too far in the future, is like, you have all these sacred places, destinations.
Yeah.
Maybe put together some kind of tour where we take people to those places. And of course, if they have the hot springs, like you're like a hot springs, like, those tracker dogs, you're like a hot springs tracker. Like you could smell them out wherever they're at. It's unbelievable. I've been on several fantastic hot spring little expeditions with you, so great time. So it'll be great to, like, at some point lead some tours, and you could talk your information on the different stuff. We can talk, do meditations, and so it'd be fun. And maybe we can get some other people involved as well. Laura Eisenhower, I don't know, maybe some other people. It'd be fun.
Yeah, all CCC publishing authors. Just do
there you go.
Yeah. Laura, of course, is on the website CCC Publishing too. Her book Awakening the Truth Frequency is doing well, as are yours. And so and Leo Zagami, he's going to write endorsements.
I do some great shows with him. Boy, that guy is just like blowing stuff up now.
Oh yeah, he sure is.
But I've done live YouTube shows with him, and they got massive views. So they're letting us come out with some of this information now. So it's really good.
Good. Let's keep coming out with it.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. As long as, we get President Trump in there, we get another Democrat in there, it's going to get shut down again, unfortunately. But so hopefully we get 8 more years with, I don't know, another Republican. So we'll see.
Right on. Yep. Well, it's the zeitgeist of the age, Michael. This is all going to come out. It's just a matter of when. Absolutely.
All right, Brad, thanks so much. And everyone that joined us, we had a huge audience. Hope you guys share it. Let everybody know this great videos here, and Brad's great work. And of course, I got a couple books too. So, all right, lots of love to you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
On Wednesday, 1st of October, the U.S. incorporated government shut down because Congress didn't pass a budget. Since then, all but essential services were functioning inside the government. SCOTUS has no authority under a wartime president, and as of the Wednesday, 1st of October, closure of the privately run by foreign bankers U.S. Incorporated had been defunded. As of this week, SCOTUS had run out of money and was now only performing essential services. Something else Americans would want to know: the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve had until Friday, 17th of October to pay back to the American people with gold/asset-backed currency their over $38 trillion in debt. They failed to do such. Therefore, the U.S. incorporated government has been permanently closed. For years, President Trump has warned that the fiat dollar was an instrument of globalist control. Trump has spent years uniting nations so they could reinstate gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 to each other and thereby rescue sovereignty to the nations. That plan has necessitated destroying the Satan-worshipping central banking cartel and ending the Illuminati's IMF, BIS and World Economic Forum's counterfeit financing. It involved resurrecting sound money around the world so as to rebuild economies founded in concepts of the original Constitution, sovereign nations that functioned under God. Quantum satellites of the new Starlink satellite system have aligned above every continent to link gold accounts inside a new quantum financial system. The plan also involved investigating, charging, arresting, holding military tribunals and carrying out sentences on untold thousands of global elites involved. On May 16, 2025, Trump signed JSR into law, marking the beginning of the greatest financial and political shift in modern history. Mass arrests are happening, the IRS is gone, Federal Reserve collapsing, and the quantum financial system is online. In a class of